Let us know when we're ready.
Yep, we're ready.
Are we live?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's on.
Okay, fine. All right, I'd like to call to order the Planning and Transportation Commission regular meeting agenda of November 30th, 22. And would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Lowing,
Present?
Vice Chair Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Heckman,
Present.
Commissioner Rectal is absent, Commissioner Rupawar,
Present.
Commissioner Templeton. Present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll talk about oral communication. We'll talk about call-in communications, please.
Conference or in person. Members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of the public comment on that item. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Spoken comments via a computer or smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom app. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. The meeting ID is 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak, click on Raise Hand. To offer comments, using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on the phone so we know that you wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. Now's the time of our agenda when we do oral communications, at which point any member of the public can speak on an agenda item not on the agenda. So I don't see any in chambers. Are there any online?
You do not see any raised hands online.
Okay. Okay, are there any? Okay, are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
No changes, so let's go through the city official director's report.
Good evening, Amy French, Chief Planning Official. We had a recent event, which was at council with the Planning and Transportation Commission, and you all were there, so you know what I'm talking about. The housing element has been reviewed and will be sent to the Housing and Community Development Department. We have coming up for council other items that the Planning and Transportation Commission has reviewed. One of them on December 5th is 1700 Embarcadero, otherwise known as Mercedes. There is a study session on that night as well about the Stanford Community Plan of Interest. Then on the 12th of December, another item the Planning Commission reviewed, which is 575 Los Troncos. That was a site and design review, came by the board. We also have the ADU ordinance, and we are just bringing forward just the state legislation items for that, not the rest of the items, and for reasons that I'm not going to go into right now, but so that we can make sure we catch those before January 1st. And then on the 19th of December, the council is going to be looking at the ADU quarterly report. So those of you who are following our ADU supply in the city. And then, of course, our next Planning Commission meeting is going to be on the 14th. And we have just one item, which is the zoning ordinance changes for electrification equipment. And includes my report.
Okay, any questions of staff? Commissioner Rectal has joined us here in chambers. Please note for the minutes.
And Chair, I note that Commissioner Rupawar is on video, although her camera is currently turned off.
Yes, she voted present when she was called.
Missed that.
Oh, and I should announce as well that Rafael Rios from the Office of Transportation is available online to give a presentation regarding those matters.
Okay, Rafael, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, not really a presentation, but just to give an update on the Charleston Arrestadero project. Unfortunately, we've been waiting for materials to kind of finalize this traffic signal improvements at 3 of our intersections, Wilkie, Lewis, and Fabian. And unfortunately, it seems like the materials are being delayed further, and what we anticipated for November is likely going to be pushed to early in the new year for that intersection. I believe we are looking for to move forward with the improvements at El Camino shortly. We're just trying to get the permits aligned up with Caltrans for that one. One other update I had, it was brought up a couple meetings back by one of the commissioners about Assembly Bill 2264, which is a assembly bill that passed that requiring that state-owned and operated intersections traffic signals start implementing what's called a leading pedestrian interval when the intersections are modified and maintained. And so there wasn't really a clear discussion on it in the past, but just wanted to update that this assembly bill really only affects state-owned and operated intersections. But just as a note, we are using this leading pedestrian interval at a good number of our intersections, not all of them, but most notably our downtown signals that have pedestrian heads and also signals that are near or along school routes. So we have been using them for about 3 or 4 years now. So that's the only updates we have. We'll have staff available for some of the agenda items also, I believe. And that's it for me.
Okay, commissioners, any questions for the transportation representative? Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the update, Mr. Rees. I was the one that asked about that. And just to confirm, so you said that we're using the pedestrian lead interval on El Camino on areas that are routes to school?
Yeah, so Caltrans is running it currently on I don't know if it's all the intersections yet, but I know they're going up and down the Bay Area trying to implement it. But I want to say back in early summer I had inquired with Caltrans and they had been running it on 9 of the signalized crossings. We don't have a citywide policy to run it, but we are running it like at any intersections near schools or along school routes and high pedestrian areas like our downtown area. We have it, you may notice it where the walk signal comes on and then about 3 to 5 seconds later the light turns green.
It's definitely not happening at Los Robles at El Camino, and that's definitely a state crossing.
Yeah.
So, if there's anything that we can do as commissioners or you can do as the staff to encourage them, especially on ones that are routes to school, that's a major crossing for Fletcher and Gunn.
Okay, we'll definitely put in a request to implement it. I don't have the list right in front of me for the Caltrans locations but I'll.
That's okay. I don't expect you to have them all memorized. We got a lot of crossings, but yeah, that's one where we've seen some incidents as well. So that pedestrian lead time would be great. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for Raphael? Yeah, Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I had a question about the Wilkie Way Bike Bridge. I saw that you're having a test there on 2 different non-slip surfaces, one that's painted and one that's plastic. Have we used those surfaces before?
I am not familiar with this. I'll have to reach out to our Public Works Department and find out more about the test that they're doing. Apologize, I'm not familiar with this effort.
Because about 10 years ago, they had some non-slip plastic on there. It worked fairly well, but it broke after about 6 months. It started breaking. They finally went and removed it all.
Yeah, I remember, probably 13, 14 years ago, there was, I think, rubber mats on it.
Yeah.
And I think they fell apart. So I'm not sure. But okay, but I'll note that down and try to follow up for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for those staff reports. So we're going to move on to our First official item is a study session on the review of 22 state legislation related to land use and housing. Who's going to lead that from the staff? Okay.
Give me a moment. I'm uploading my presentation. Okay. So good evening. Number of us have been attending sessions on the latest, the 2022 state legislation that was adopted and goes into effect in the coming year, some earlier than others or sooner than others. Is there something? Oh, good evening, Chief Planning Official Amy French. A number of staff have attended sessions regarding the state legislation. Good, can you hear me? Okay. And so we just wanted to present some of the key bills you have in your staff report, kind of more exhaustive. They fund these diagrams that get produced every year, and then slowly, some of those go into barely visible, and then the others come forward in blue. And so you see, these are all the housing and zoning laws that passed in 2022 and are now before us. So I kind of gave a bulleted list here. We have SB 9 that passed in 2021, and or rather it was well, I think it was 2020, but anyways, we came, it was 2021, and we came forward to the council. We didn't have time to bring that forward to the Planning and Transportation Commission due to the January 1st effectiveness date. And so we passed an interim ordinance, that was last year, and then early this year. And then, so what we do plan to do is come back to the ARB and Planning Commission in this coming year with a permanent ordinance. So that'll give opportunities for comment. A couple of, this is going in the order that was in the staff report. A couple of these, AB 2011 and SB 6, are going to become effective in July. So we have a little bit of time there to adjust and modify our codes as needed. So we'll be talking further about that one. We have AB 2097 and AB 2244, and these become effective January 2023. So we'll talk a little bit about that one. And then, of course, the ADU legislation, which the Planning and Transportation Commission already dealt with in the September 28th action to recommend our latest ordinance. I'm not going to read all of these, but there are quite a few on the list here. So this is the one that becomes effective July 1st of 2023. And Wicks, Caballero, these were kind of competing or similar bills after something similar, and both passed. And now there's law that incorporates these pieces. This fast tracks housing development. This talks about affordability for apartments. This also talks about union labor. So we can come back to any of these. The one that we are also wrestling with, because that does become effective in January, AB 2097. And this prohibits local agencies from requiring parking for residential and commercial developments within 1/2 mile of major transit stop, unless certain conditions are met. So this is a big one, and we're still kind of teasing this out and wrestling it down, looking at maps of transit stops, and you'll hear more about that. Some of this is what from one of the sessions I attended that talked about what are the action items. So we might want to update our codes to eliminate minimum parking requirements within 1/2 mile of major transit stops. So in Palo Alto, obviously we have the 2 train stops, and then we have El Camino and some bus stops along there that count as major transit stops. And then another action item is considering doing a study about how not meeting local parking standards could have a substantially negative impact. So that's something to consider and contend with. Already talked about the ADU legislation. We dealt with that. There's other ADU aspects here that did not require zoning code updates. So really it's about ADU permit processing and some other things here about permitting. Then we have our density bonus legislation. And so there's quite a bit there. And so that's deep. We have the streamlining law that basically clarifies SB 35 regarding permitting and affordability. So there's some things about what we're required to do with explain to project proponents which objective standards conflict with the project that they're submitting. Then we have a couple of housing element laws, and the no net loss we're familiar with, emergency shelters, and so we have, of course, getting our housing element adopted. We have the annual progress. We're going to be submitting those. And I just grabbed from the presentation Monday about where we are with our housing element, which is we're going to be submitting that in December. And, we're processing the comments received on that, received by December 7th. So we're in that process now, and we're planning to submit that before we all leave for the next holiday. And then the HCD will have 90 days to review our initial draft. There's some other housing aspects, fair housing legislation. So it talks about local tenant preferences and some website posting requirements. And then the post-entitlement legislation, which talks about permitting, not delaying projects in the building permit process. And there's a couple of other ones that we didn't really go into in the report at any level of depth. So that is what I've talked about, and I think Kaio may have something to add or ready for questions if those of you who are legally minded have interest in that.
Yeah, I thought it might just be helpful to go kind of one by one and see if commissioners have particular questions on wording, et cetera. And in which case our attorney can chime in as well. Does that make sense to everyone? So I'm not sure we need to do SB 9, but we can. Does anybody have any questions on that? That's a bit older, but. Okay, and then the second one, which comes into effect on July 1, 23, which is AB 2011 and SB 6. I had some wording questions on that, but someone else can go ahead. Well, I didn't really understand the language where you're saying, as long as developers utilize stricter labor standards or stricter affordability. Obviously, we're not looking at the bill, so it's not all defined in there in good attorney kind of fashion. But what are they getting at there? Stricter than what? And how is it measured?
So can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah, closer is even better. Thanks.
Kyle Ariano, Assistant City Attorney. So in terms of the stricter labor standards, the requirements are payment of prevailing wage, and depending on the size of the project, the developer must use contractors who employ construction craft employees or subcontractors for at least 1,000 hours to participate in apprenticeship programs and make specified healthcare contributions. So that's sort of the summary of the language. In sort of real world, what that typically means is the use of union labor for the construction of these projects. In sort of my real world experience, prevailing wage is not very much of an issue here in the Bay Area, just because of the nature of the cost of living and what contractors have to pay their laborers to staff jobs. But the additional requirements around participating in these apprenticeship programs, healthcare contributions, those sorts of benefit related requirements are typically a way to ensure that the labor used on these projects is a union labor.
Okay, follow-ups, Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, this is not about this specific bill, but about the graphic and a resource. So I don't know if other people, I guess I'm the only one with my computer here, but I'm pulling up this resource as we talk about it. The graphic came from Alfred Twu. Do you guys know Alfred? He's a planning and transportation kind of activist up in Berkeley, and he does these illustrations. And it's really, really good resource. So if you want to look that up, it's on, you can just Google Alfred Twu and housing bills, and it has a little bit more detail and explanation. So I'm really glad you included it. It's a great resource, and just wanted to shout out to Alfred.
Any other comments on this item? Commissioner Recto?
Yeah, the previous slide, can you go back there? Yeah, there we go. Okay, there are two things. One was the strip malls. Is that any mall, or is there any conditions on that?
They have to be ubiquitous, that's clear. But I don't think, I'm not
So for
prepared.
example, would it be town and country, or would it be, what is, I guess,
It
what is
doesn't
a
feel
strip
very
mall?
ubiquitous, does it? I mean, town and country seems very special. I would think strip malls might be more like, you pull in, there's a parking lot and there's a number of one-story, building with a bunch of tenants in there with parking in the front, I'm guessing. But, guessing right now is not,
Okay,
we'll be coming, we have until July,
okay, so we'll find out then.
thank goodness.
And they talk about mixed use. Is that mixed use as in retail and housing, or is it office and housing? What is the definition of mixed use?
So mixed income.
Oh, no, third to the bottom,
Okay.
right after 100% affordable or mixed use.
Market rate, but affordable.
Yeah, so it says affordable or mixed use.
Yeah. Typically, we, in the planning business, think of mixed use as, residential with some form of commercial use together, as opposed to two types of residential,
Okay, so we'll find out in July.
or before that, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, the next item, any questions on that? I was intrigued by our very favorite phrase, the high-quality transit.
Oh, yeah.
That we've talked about many times before, and you make the claim here, whoever wrote this, that the two train stops and the VTA are high-quality transit. So who got the wisdom to make that decision? Was that somebody sitting in the state? looking
So
at this?
we're in communication. The MTC published a map that shows, circles around the transit stops. We're in conversation with that group to, drill down a little further and get more precise knowledge of, how they came up with that map.
So we're not certain that these are high-quality transit sites? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's a complicated formula of, it says here, half mile, a major transit stop, and there's a government code that talks about intersecting, lines. The idea of quality is you can take a bus and get off and get on another bus, and it's kind of an
Right.
intersection. Whether it's an intersection or we can count, parallel routes, is kind of the question we're talking about. With the agency that published their map. So we're not ready to discuss this until we've had more conversations, but it is of interest.
Okay, so it's unknown who makes the final decision that these, or is it the VTA in the case of the
Well,
VTA?
MTC is umbrella over the VTA.
Okay,
So the MTC's map that we are working with is what we're working with, but we're just in conversation to make sure that that is going to stay that way or it could change.
but they're ultimately going to make the call. That's what you're saying? I mean, we'll have debate with them, et cetera, but they're going to
Yeah.
make the call.
I believe at a point in time when that's something that they have the authority to clarify which stops are considered these stops.
So I can jump in here.
Thank
So
you.
the term used in the statute is public transit, which is defined as a major transit stop, which is further defined in the Public Resources Code. And the Public Resources Code talks about a major transit stop as being defined as a high quality transit corridor, meaning a corridor with fixed route bus service with service intervals no longer than 15 minutes during peak commute hours. And so the reason why that's a little bit hard to nail down at this point is we don't know what VTA is going to do, and it can modify, for example, the 522 line, and that will potentially affect what would be considered major transit stops, in this case along El Camino. So on the transit side.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I had a similar concern about it because seeing that the train stations are both considered high quality, but then, on the weekend, anybody who's tried to get up to San Francisco or back from San Francisco on the train on the weekend, it's once an hour. And so is there a floor? So there's a floor during rush hour, it must be every 15 minutes. But what about all other times of the day? Because otherwise people will need cars. And so I'm wondering, is there some, like, who's the decision-making body, and is there any advocacy that we can do? Just because having tried to figure out how my grandmother could get from point A to point B, it would practically be faster to walk in some situations. So
I do think it relates to peak hours, not just Saturdays and Sundays and such. I think it's weekday peak hours is.
well, my point is that 15 minutes in peak hours, and then it switches on the weekends to, once an hour. That's like not sufficient for anybody to actually get someplace. And so I didn't know if I wanted to ask if the legislation had a minimum at any other times of the week.
No, the statute only speaks to peak commute hours as the criteria for being a quote unquote major transit stop. So point is well taken. Unfortunately, it's
We can't
not
do anything
something
about
addressed
it.
by the statute.
I wish I could make our legislatures try and ride the bus between here and San Jose. or go get some groceries. Thanks.
Other comments? Commissioner Temple, is your light still on? Yep.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Mr. Ariano, did I
Yes.
say that right? I want to thank you for clarifying. The reason I turned my light on is that there's no mention of the words high quality at all in the bill. So that's important as we try and dissect. Those are not the words to dissect. They're irrelevant. They're a summary for our presentation purposes. But to your point, there are some details of understanding what that definition of transit corridor is, but I think we're all pretty clear. For us, it'll be El Camino, right? So in addition to the train stops. Thanks.
Okay. Any others? All right. The next one is ADUs. Anything on that? And then density bonus, 2334 and 634.
I have a question about the density.
Go ahead.
When down in the blue box, and maybe you might not know the details, it says very low vehicle travel area. do they quantify that? What areas in Palo Alto would qualify for that and what areas would not?
I don't think I was taking notes on that particular one. I'm imagining it's not an arterial.
Yeah, I mean, but does that mean the Palo Alto foothills would be a low vehicle area?
It's a good
Or would-
question.
Or would it be just Barron Park, for example? Okay, thank you.
Presumably that is defined in the legislation. Go ahead.
It actually, if you look on the slide, upper left corner, second bullet, it defines it. It's basically less than 85%.
Sorry.
Yeah, less than 85% of either regional or city miles traveled per capita.
Oh, down in the blue box, it says travel area, and then up here it says traffic area. So I'm guessing those are the same thing, but.
Yeah.
But well, it still comes down to what areas in Palo Alto would be impacted by this, and we'll find out.
I think you're guessing some good ones though, up in the foothills.
I believe that designation is made at a county level and not more granular as specific neighborhoods within a city. This is just my brief reading.
Speak right into the
Could you
mic,
say that
please.
again? Just
Please speak into the mic.
So my reading of the statute is that designation takes place at a county level and not, for example, at a city or more granular level. And Santa Clara County would be within that.
Commissioner Summer?
So also about this, and if this goes into effect in January, are we expecting the county to clarify these areas before January? I mean, it's kind of soon. And then the other question I had was, what does the bullet rent for 80% of the units must be consistent with low-income TCAC rents? I don't know what, I'm familiar with that acronym.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have put all this on the screen because I don't, so this went flying by and I was clipping madly, but I don't have all
Well,
the answers
that's
here.
okay. I understand that because this is new to everyone. So,
So I don't have answers.
but hopefully those that worked on imposing these laws will give us some details to rely on soon.
Commissioner Chang?
I just wanted to follow up on what our counselor said about the granularity at a county level. So that would mean that nothing would apply in Santa Clara County because the county as a whole, is that what you're saying? Or we just don't know?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Oh, so I think you had said that the granularity about the low vehicle traffic area was applied at a county level. So does that just mean that nothing in Santa Clara, it essentially wouldn't apply to anything in Santa Clara County?
No. So, and forgive me, I'm
It's okay. We're all puzzling
I'm
through
reading the
this.
statute as we go. But it says that according to the Legislative Council's summary, it says, so talking about maximum controls on density, this bill would also prohibit the above described maximum controls on density if the project is located in a designated county and within a very low vehicle travel area. And it defines designated county to include the counties of several in the Southern California, but all of the 9 Bay Area counties as well. And so the maximum controls on density as I go through this, I don't want to
Yeah, that's
sort of
fine.
misrepresent. It is, the density bonus statute changes every year, and they sort of tinker with it to try to entice more and more out of the developers. And so, just being cautious, I don't want to sort of offer an interpretation of what that means without having an opportunity to review it more fully. But in terms of what we're talking about here with these areas, the answer to Commissioner Rectal's question would be it applies at the county level, including Santa Clara County.
Okay, thank you.
I might start on that because as a percentage of the paragraph, I had a question on a lot of it, which is the last 2 sentences. I just really wasn't clear about that. Can't determine an application inconsistent with objective standards if there are missing application materials. I get that, but I don't, when there's substantial evidence the project is consistent with the standards,
Yeah,
et cetera, et cetera.
I think I could just summarize it as saying, as a planner taking in an application, we're not going to be saying, well, you missed a letter over here on this, label. We're looking at the intent, and if they meet the intent, but not everything is perfect in the application, we're not going to reject it. We're going to look past the messy and get to the content.
Okay, I'm sure that's actually also in the statute, much more specifically defined. Other questions on that one? Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair Suma.
Thanks. So I'm hoping the bill, this is more of a comment, I think, since I know we're not very familiar with these, but I'm hoping the bill gives real specificity to the degree to which something can be deemed not substantial or insubstantial or substantial, because it's worrisome that projects could be completed without proper review from a safety standpoint. So I just hope the bill has more specificity. A spelling error is obviously not a big deal.
Okay, let's move on to the segment on housing element laws. Any comments on those? That's 5 bullet points plus the AB 1445, which follows. Okay, none there. And then on the last one is the open space, sorry, almost last one. Open space element SB 1425. Again, I want to ask there about the definition. What does that mean? Access to open space for all residents. There must be a definition on that. How close is access? Is it a mile away? Is it next door?
Which bill is this?
Yeah, I don't have
It
it in
seems
the
like an equity
PowerPoint.
its which I'm totally in favor of course, but I just want to know what
It's
it
in the
is.
staff, it's not on the PowerPoint.
Okay.
It's in the staff report.
Which bill are we referring to?
1425.
Bottom of packet, page 11.
And the question was about open space.
Define what that means. Access is a key word to open space for all residents. it has to be some sort of proximity, or is it also include transportation if there's not proximity?
I'm sorry, I don't have the staff report in front of me, so I'm trying to pull up the bill. What is it? SB 1425.
I don't see the word open space in that bill.
Yeah,
What was that?
I don't see the word open space in that bill.
Well, it's titled Open Space Element SB 1425, so.
In the packet.
Right.
Yeah, packet page 11.
Exactly. That was the basis of my question here.
While Mr. Ariana is looking that up, I happened to be in a meeting today with an official from the Santa Clara County Parks Department where an issue came up where this might relate to ability of open space, meaning for people of all abilities. So ADA compliancy, for example, so that there's a range of open space that all differently abled people can get at. And so that may be what this is referring to, access to open space for all residents.
That
Not
makes,
that all residents have to necessarily be able to access all open space, but all residents need to be able to access some open space.
that's more logical to me.
so the language from the bill is as follows.
Get that mic right up to your mask.
So the language from the bill reads as follows. The update, referring to the open space element update, shall include plans and an action program that address all of the following. 1, access to open space for all residents in a manner that considers social, economic, and racial equity correlated with the environmental justice element or the environmental justice policies in the general plan as applicable. So perhaps, or it certainly would seem to mean that it would include accessibility from the ADA standpoint, but I think it just means sort of more broadly this, or incorporating these concepts of environmental justice when planning, when updating your open space element.
Well, accessibility does seem more logical than access if they don't define access. I was wondering if they were saying, there has to be open space within a quarter mile of which would be very hard to do. So.
There's nothing more
people.
specific than that in the language of the bill.
And just to correct, I was looking at an older version of this, and current one does say open space and it has a hyphen if you're doing a Control F, open dash space.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman, your light's on too? Okay. All right, funding laws are the next two, but there's no data there, so. The screen is up at 6:49 now, so. Again, the language there in that first sentence, I think, is not clear. Local tenant preferences for lower income households subject to displacement risk. Well, how would that preference be adjudicated?
Not sure, but the yellow on the screen has the things that this law firm was advising planners to consider.
Right. Or SB 649, is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah,
So this this bill does two things, actually. So the first is it just articulates that it is a policy of the state to support local tenant preference as written, or local tenant preferences for lower income households, which are subject to displacement risk. And so by articulating that policy as a state policy, it then allows developers of affordable housing to avail themselves of certain federal tax credit programs. So they can point to that as a policy that they are furthering, and then therefore take advantage of favorable tax treatment for their projects. And the second thing it does is it says, if you as a local agency adopt a local tenant preference for your affordable housing program, there's certain things you need to do on your website, for example, to make it clear and make it available and make it available for all of those who are interested in participating.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yeah, thank you. I would just add that the preference is who the city prefers to be the tenants for affordable housing. Is that correct? It's not about what the tenant prefers.
That's right.
Okay.
So
Just to clarify, I think is that
decision. So, for example, it can be like a lottery program where, depending on certain criteria, you get sort of points in a lottery system, and that could be based on whether you or family members had previously lived in an area that was then redeveloped. It could be based on history of redlining or racial discrimination in a neighborhood. But the contours of the policy are things that the local agency develops on its own. And under federal housing discrimination law, there's a lot of research and studies that the local agency needs to undertake to provide the factual basis for any of these preferences.
Okay. Commissioner Ekman, did you have a comment? Yep. Okay, no further ones on that. About 2234. Commissioner Heckman, your light's back on.
Yeah, now my light's on. I'm pretty interested in this because I think of all the legislation we've looked at, this is the piece that might be actually used and benefit more Palo Alto residents than any of the other legislation we're looking at. Because if I understand, and I'd like to hear a little bit from staff on this, right now we have something called the Permit Streamlining Act, which imposes on local government basically a schedule when somebody applies for a development application, which is a discretionary kind of approval. And so, for example, once you submit when you submit an application, city has 30 days to respond and tell you, yeah, all the pieces are there, it's complete and we'll process it, or it's missing these things, resubmit with those things. And so, but it's a process that helps move things along. That's on the discretionary side. I think what this new legislation does is on the ministerial side. So sometimes you just need a building permit, or after you get your discretionary permit, you need a building permit. And what I've experienced with some of my clients in other jurisdictions, of course, is that they go through the process to get their discretionary permit, and then they apply for their building permit, and it goes into a black hole because there isn't a time limit imposed on the local government to make them respond. And I think what this does is it creates a time frame for local government to respond to these ministerial permits. And like I said, so anybody who's in Palo Alto who's remodeling their house, adding an ADU, building a new home, not necessarily big developers when we're looking at, all these affordable projects and whatnot, just the, mom and pop here in Palo Alto. I think this is going to help them, and it's going to sort of soften what some people call the Palo Alto experience. And so I'd like to hear from staff if I'm understanding sort of what this does correctly.
Yeah, that's my understanding. It's similar to what we do for entitlement planning applications, where it's 30 days. And then if you don't tell them it's incomplete, then it's deemed basically complete by lack of your telling them it's incomplete. And then we should be scheduling a decision, a hearing, a decision. So for building permits here, it says here 15 days that we would want to tell them it's incomplete and why. Or why we can't approve it, to give them time to respond and then proceed. So the idea is that we should give them a list of things that make it incomplete, so that we can keep the permit going and get to a conclusion. So exactly what you said.
All right, so if I can ask my follow-up question, and I realize this is more on the building side than the planning side, and
Yes.
you're here from the planning side, but I'm wondering if you are hearing any reaction within the planning and building about this law and how easy or difficult it's going to be to comply with it based on, our experiences over the last, decade. Are these timeframes that we think we can meet, or is it going to be a real problem for the city staff?
Well, as always, having full staff is the way to get things done. And this is our struggle, is to keep fully staffed. And so, if we can get the staff to do it, we should be able to meet these. But stay tuned. And there's some things here about posting. So, making architectural drawings available to the public. We haven't been putting architectural drawings of people's homes, Johnny's bedroom or what have you, it's kind of private information online for building permits. But so I think we need to still be careful about that. We have some high level people living in Palo Alto, and we don't really want to share so much information about their homes in particular for the general public.
Thank you.
Any other comments on that one, or any that we've skipped over, or you had another comment on them? Then I think we'll conclude that agenda item and
Okay.
hope for more detail as it's learned. So for the next item, 3200 Park, I'm going to, on advice of city attorney, I'll be recusing from that item, which is definitely going to be coming to city council in January. So I'm going to recuse on that and then hand the gavel to the vice chair to announce the agenda item. So I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Sorry for that delay. So we are now on to action item number 3, and that is a discussion of, I won't read the whole title of the item. I'll just summarize it. It's a discussion of 200 Portage, 3200 Park, 340 Portage, the development agreement, and all that goes into that change with the project most people will call the Fry's site. So if we could start with a staff report, please.
Good evening, Commissioners, Vice Chair Suma. So as you noted, the project before you tonight is a proposed development agreement, comprehensive plan amendment, and planned community rezoning. The development agreement was filed under 3200 Park Boulevard, but as you noted, the site encompasses numerous addresses as listed in the staff report, and the site is more commonly referred to in the community as the former Fry's site.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Oh,
We're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
in general, for some reason, we're having a really hard time hearing.
Okay.
And
Sure.
maybe even each other. I don't know if these volume buttons on these mics work, but they do have an up and down volume button.
I'll just speak closer to the mic.
It's super clear remotely. It's interesting because I can hear very clearly.
Yeah, it's always clearer remotely, and
So,
so it's really hard for us in here. So thanks, Commissioner Rupavar.
Hold on one second. Why is this not? So this is just a quick visual, again, to orient you on the different site components that are referenced in the staff report. The cannery building runs the length of the site, a portion of which is formerly houses the Fry's Electronics. There's an automotive services on the south side of the creek, referenced as the Audi building. And there is an office building on Ash Street. And I just want to reiterate a few key milestones or points about the background of this project. So the project, of course, is located within the boundaries of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan area. And given its size and location, it's obviously been a key site with respect to planning for this area since those discussions began in 2018. In October of last year, the council formed an ad hoc committee to explore a negotiated development agreement for this site. The ad hoc committee met for about 6 months and presented the concept in 3 closed sessions to the full council. In June, the council voted in support of the general terms and concept being presented and directed staff to present it to the public in a study session. And council held that study session this past August. At council's direction, the city also executed a tolling agreement with Sobrato for the 91-unit townhome project to allow for processing of the development agreement that's before you tonight. In September, the city published a draft EIR. The development agreement is considered in alternative 3 of the draft EIR. At the request of the public and commissioners, the city extended the public comment period from a 45-day period to a 60-day comment period, which closed on November 15th. And I just want to go through a summary of kind of the process that we're going to be going through for this development agreement. So the proposed development agreement includes a number of different discretionary actions, including the development agreement, the comprehensive plan amendment, a planned community rezoning, and architectural review is part of that PC process. A tentative map and final map.
Ms. Rabel, I'm just curious if you're intending for
I'm
the
so
slides to
sorry.
be running with, yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know why it stopped sharing. Oh, screen sharing is paused. I didn't know that was possible. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. And maybe Yeah, do the full, are you able to do the full screen version rather than the slide deck on the side?
There's some kind of thing here. Full screen. No, it should be. Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
I'm so sorry, you guys. Well, I'll start this slide over at least. So the proposed development agreement includes the development agreement, a comprehensive plan amendment, plan community rezonings for the resulting parcels. An architectural review is part of that PC process. There's a tentative map and a final map and historic resources board review. And all of these discretionary actions are being processed concurrently in accordance with the PC rezoning process and HRB review process. I know there's been some questions about what is kind of the timeline of this project. And so I just wanted to speak to that. Currently, we are planning a study session with the Architecture Review Board in December 12/15, coming to the Historic Resources Board in January of next year. Also doing another study session with the ARB in January of next year, and then returning for formal recommendations from the Architecture Review Board, followed by the Planning Commission, and then Council between February and April timeframe of next year. And the tolling agreement gives us until April to process this development agreement, unless Soprato chooses to extend that. So tonight, we're asking a few things of you. We're recommending that the applicant, that the PTC recommend that the applicant submit the proposed plans to the Architectural Review Board for review. At this stage, generally the required documentation, it's really kind of a pre-screening almost with the Planning Commission. It goes then to the Architecture Review Board to go through the development plan, and then it returns to the Planning Commission for a formal recommendation to Council on all of the discretionary actions that are being asked of you, including that comprehensive plan amendment, the rezonings, and the vesting tentative map as well. So additional documentation that we provided to you guys tonight include that development agreement, draft comprehensive plan amendment, and the TDM plan. So, we're trying to provide all of this as early as possible to you guys to get early input. So we're encouraging you to comment on that if you have any feedback, particularly on the direction we're taking with the rezonings and with the comprehensive plan, and how we're moving forward with that. Early input on these documents and our proposed intent would be helpful in making sure that when we return to the Planning Commission, we're following the direction that you guys are interested in having us take. We've also mentioned a couple of items in the staff report that it would be helpful to get policy direction feedback on from the Planning Commission. That included timing on the conversion of the Audi building, some input on the use of the retail space underneath the monitor roofs, and the fact that they would be required to do a map with exceptions for a private street, for the private street width. And with that, I don't know that the applicant has a formal presentation tonight, but they are available. I don't know if they want to mention anything or if you want to hear from them.
Okay, then we will go to the applicant if they're here.
Good evening. This is Rob Tersini with Sobrato. We're on, but we don't have a formal presentation, but happy to answer any questions as they come up.
Okay, thank you for that. And do we have any members of the public that wish to speak?
I have not received any speaker cards in person, and I don't see any raised hands online.
Okay, thank you for that. So if you wish to speak, let us know really soon. And in the meantime, I just wanted to perhaps it's our conversation tonight by reminding, after pre-meeting, reminding that this is like a pre-screening for us, and it's a little bit different of a process because the development agreement happened in advance. So this is not our final yes or no on this project by any means. That will happen, probably March. So the object is to gather concerns and comments from us, I think, and staff can correct me if this is wrong, and to also indicate if we think it's ready to go to the ARB. And also, I think regardless of how our vote went tonight, it would go through the rest of the PTC process. And correct me if I'm wrong about this. So I think what our vote up or down won't stop it from going to the ARB and through the PC process. So it would be more an indication of your preferences about the project or your feelings about the project. Is that fair to say?
So procedurally, this is very much like the project you all reviewed last meeting, which was also a PC project. So the decision before you tonight is whether you advance it to ARB or not. And granted, the projects are in very different stages. So the amount of input and additional guidance you can provide in terms of what you would like to hear from the ARB about is a little bit more limited. But procedurally, that's where we are. And so I believe the staff's recommendation is to advance to ARB, but if not, then could you pull up the flow chart again, Ms. Rabel? So I think if PTC were not prepared after this meeting to advance the project to ARB, then you could direct the applicant to provide some additional information, whatever it is you're interested in seeing, and then come back. And again.
Okay, so I was a little bit wrong. If we do not advance it to the ARB, the project is stopped, or it doesn't continue with the PC review process?
Yeah, I would say it wouldn't continue on to the review process. We would probably come back again to the PTC.
Right.
Presumably you would be requesting some additional information before moving it forward.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Right. I think given the nature of sort of the unique nature of where the project is and the development agreement that the applicant has already began negotiating at council's direction, it would not be a straight down vote, but PTC could ask the applicant to provide additional information for you all if you do not feel as though you're prepared to advance it to the ARB in its current state.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Templeton?
Thanks. I have another quick point of clarification on what you just mentioned. Did you say we could ask them to come back to us? Could we also ask them to make some changes before they go to ARB? Or we have to advance it like affirmatively? How does that work? We're only 6 people tonight. Got to understand how it works.
I think that you could ask them to, you can make recommendations on how you would want it changed. I don't know if they would have to be made before the ARB, but presumably there would be things that you would be expecting to be changed before it comes back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. That's really helpful clarification.
Okay, with that, I think we will take it back to my colleagues here, and I don't know who wants to start off, but I see that Commissioner Heckman's light is on.
Thank you. So in the staff report, at least 3 points I noticed where staff specifically called out that they'd like some guidance or input. And so I want to start with one of those, and maybe there would be a commission discussion or different viewpoints on that. And then we can move to another one, because these are places where the staff has specifically asked for our comments. And of course, we can make comments on any other part too. So I'm going to take us first to packet page 23. And
Excuse me 1 minute. I should have probably asked the commission, I'm sorry, how we wanted to approach this, whether we wanted to just give general comments or, as I think Commissioner Heckman is suggesting, go through a list. And I made a list based which is the timing of the Audi building, retail space, private streets in the townhouse area, land use change, and zone change. Are those consistent?
Yeah, I didn't even have all those, so that's a better list than mine.
Okay, so would the commission like to go through them one by one?
I don't have any general comments, at least up front. I was thinking maybe we'll go, I think as we discuss the individual items, a lot of times we do that. Start with the general and then go specific. Here, I don't have a preference.
And the other thing I probably should have asked first for if my colleagues wanted to ask any clarifying questions. So we should do that first.
Sure.
I think. Sorry for the disorganization. So, Commissioner Chang?
Okay, so I have a bunch of kind of big picture questions. So this, even if we advance it to the ARB, is that correct? Okay. And then I had a couple of questions about this, and and this is a question for the rest of the commission. We could do the questions kind of topic by topic, or we could do the question, like I have a whole slew of kind of general questions about the whole project, but I don't think that they would have bearing, say, on the 32-foot street width. So I don't know how we want to do this process-wise. Like there's some very specific items that none of my questions have anything to do with.
Maybe we should all get a chance to ask questions and get answers, and then we should go through the list.
Okay, sounds good. So then my next question is, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So is it true that demolishing the portion of the cannery building that is proposed in this project renders the rest of the building ineligible to be listed as a historic resource?
Correct.
Thanks. Okay. And then a question on packet page 90. Table 2. I just didn't know. So in the third column that reads proposed, where it says 3.92 gross acreage versus 2.447 net acreage. What is the gross versus net? What does that mean?
Yeah, so gross acreage is the total acreage of the site. Net acreage excludes creek easements and any public easement or street easements. So there's a small street easement. A portion of that site is within a street easement along Park. A portion of the site is within creek easement along Matadero Creek. And then once the private streets are developed, that also is excluded for the purposes of lot area as well.
Okay, but that's based on, like the private streets are based on the current development plan. So I guess the reason I'm asking all these questions is I'm trying to understand like what's the actual developable area out of this 14.65 acres. You know, what is not restricted by some sort of easement that prevents development? Because that's one of the things that I was trying to get at is, you know, when we look at related to this, the next question I have is on page, it was in the old packet, page 73. where it says, is this a housing inventory site? And says, yes, 340 portage with a realistic capacity of 221. And so what I'm trying to get is like, what is the actual land area? So independent of whether it's RM30 or RM40, what of the 13.65 acre, wait, am I even 14.65 acres is actually able to be developed? And that's why I was asking about on packet page 90, where we have this like 3.92 gross, like that doesn't fit with any of the acreage numbers that I've seen anywhere, not the 14, not the 12 for the parcel, not the, so I'm really confused.
That is each resulting parcel.
Okay.
Each resulting parcel. So that's the parcel that's going to be for the townhomes would be 3.92 acres with a developable area once you exclude all the private streets and
Right,
stuff.
but it already assumes that the development is going to happen exactly as proposed.
Yeah.
And so similarly, for the other, in attachment E, all these other tables similarly are acting as if this proposal is going forward.
Exactly.
And therefore, this building that is currently office is not going to be housing, right? So therefore, it can't be used. So for example, the rest of the cannery is currently slated to remain standing. Therefore, it can't be used as acreage for housing.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, thank you, that helps a ton. Okay, do we know then how much of the 14.65 acres is not encumbered by any easements?
Based on the current lot, we do, but I don't have that number off the top of my head, to be honest.
No, thank you, that's fine. Okay.
I have a related question.
Okay, great, yeah.
Can I cut in? On packet page 19, when they talk about the benefit that the city is getting, we're talking about 2.63 acres of land that we're getting. How much of that is developable? Because you're saying 12 million an acre. Well, a lot of that is the land right by the creek that you couldn't develop anyway. So is that the correct assessment of $12 million per acre for the land that we are getting?
Yeah, I see what you mean. The 2.25 acres, I believe, does include some area that's within the Valley Water easement.
Yeah, and land you can't develop is not worth 12 million an acre.
Well, if it's for the purposes of park, that might not be totally accurate, but.
I mean, no, not even the AT&T property that was 7 million an acre.
Okay.
And that was just PF zoned. So that could have been flipped. Here, if you're on the creek, there's nothing you can do. The park is the only use for it. You can't build anything there. So it's not like there's any alternative uses that would bump up the price of the land.
Sure. Okay.
So you don't have an estimate of the.
I don't have the exact number of what well, hold on. I might, hold on. The proposed for, it was listed in here for. Yeah, I don't have the exact number of how much is within the easement. I'd have to try and look back.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. I'll see if I can find it before the end of the hearing.
Did you have a related question, Commissioner Heckman
I
and
did.
Commissioner
I did.
Templeton?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So one of the complicating factors when we're looking at this issue of the developability of creekside areas is, and I just don't know if it applies here or not, but sometimes when these water district easements are impressed on creek land, then there's essentially kind of a shift of development off that land. And so you get the density up to the top of bank, but you just can't build all the way to the top of the bank. Instead, you have to squeeze it over. And so, and again, I'm not sure that's the case here, but, and staff will look at it, but that's a way that possibly you get what seems like full value, even though a part of the land is not going to be built on with, as you say, anything but a park.
Yeah, because you could have FAR or lot coverage.
Right.
Okay. Fair enough.
So that's exactly right. I was going to suggest that instead of stating it as a fact that we dispute these numbers, just let's add that to the list of questions that we'd like brought back before it returns to us, because I do think that there are a lot of factors in how you value that land. And remember, it's currently not renaturalized. Once it's renaturalized, I think your comments are probably valid, but that's not necessarily how it is now. And so that changes how much of it can be developed.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang,
I was just wondering if I could continue with my questions or.
please.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so on page 17, back at page 17, the last bullet says that a 10-year term during which the city may not modify the zoning. So does that mean that after 10 years, we could rezone again? So for example, if we were after the 10 years, would we be allowed to change that? Or does some, kind of related to that, my next question how does this interact with the PC zoning? Is that permanent? And how does the fact that there's like a PC zone with several different parcels with different zones and this 10-year requirement, like how does that all fit together?
I think I can answer part of that. I don't know if Kyle, you have any additions, but basically the development agreement has a 10-year term limit. So with respect to the planned community zoning, that happens at concurrently with this DA process and all these other applications. So it rezones it right away. Can we come back in 10 years to rezone the parcels? I suppose we could after the terms of the development agreement end. I don't know that. I think the city always has the authority to, rezone parcels, but I don't know that we go out and rezone it with that, generally without, application from the developer, unless we're looking to rezone for the purposes of like housing or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I asked because having on Monday spent a bunch of time with city council talking about the housing element is top of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that big parcels are in short supply. And so I'm asking the question because I'm wondering like, we're taking something that's RM30, potentially changing it to non-residential. What are the implications for whether we could ever change this back? And so that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Vice Chair, can I contribute something on this point?
Yeah, please.
All right, so because I have worked on occasion with development agreements and tenure is not a legally required, but pretty standard term. And the concept of the development agreement, which is generally used in more complicated projects that may take a number of years to unfold, is in exchange for some public benefit in this case, you give the developer basically a stable set of rules that won't change except for there are certain changes allowed in the development agreement for a 10-year period. And basically that gives the developer 10 years to get through the development process and build all those things. And if at the end of the 10 years, they haven't built all those things, they understand that they're at risk, that the rules could change on them as to the parts they haven't built. But to the extent they have built within those 10 years, the development agreement ends. And theoretically, at that point, the city, is no longer contractually bound. And so they can, change the zoning or other rules. As to the parts that were already built, what that would do theoretically is just make those pieces legal non-conforming, perhaps, right? They get to stay, but they're at that point legal non-conforming.
That's helpful, and that's my understanding. And I just didn't know if this was different at all, given that this also has a PC laid over it. And that seems like, because essentially what we've done, we have a huge swaths of ROLM and GM zoned land that we're changing to RM40 for the housing element. And so given that this project isn't proposing that, it's really proposing the development of the townhomes. Everything else kind of stays the same in terms of the footprint of the buildings. So just as we rezone things to be RM zoned to try and encourage housing in the future, we could do so. I'm just trying to understand, could we do so again here? And how, is there any limitation on that by virtue of it being a PC and us needing to keep, several times in the packet, there were things that were said, something like, this would not be possible, or this FAR wouldn't be possible except that it's a PC. And so I didn't know if that would then also preclude us from taking some of the other parcels and making them RM again.
No, it's a good question. I don't know the answer at this time about whether, if they actually fulfilled the agreement, whether we could come back after the terms of the agreement ends and rezone it in the future. I mean, just as this site was originally a commercial that got rezoned to RM30 many years ago. So I understand the question, and we'll get you an answer when we return to you, but I don't know that answer. I do know that if they do not fulfill the terms of the agreement, then certainly there are penalties outlined in the development agreement for that. And then, everything would be reverted back to the original zoning, I believe, is how the DA is indicated.
Okay, thanks. And I was negligent and didn't thank you at the beginning of all this. I'm really appreciative of the effort that you put in answering some of the questions that we raised last time, particularly regarding the financial considerations and annual office limits, which were two of things that I asked about. And I know there's many other things that you kind of came and gave us more information about, and I'm really appreciative of that. Really grateful. Nice job. So my next question is, on page 18 and, sorry. I think I wrote down the wrong page number. But when you talk, 18 and 19 for the financial considerations, are there more detailed reports that we could see about how those calculations were done? Or are we not allowed to see them?
Unfortunately, I think I would have to defer to our attorney's office, and I'm not sure if Kaya, the answer to that. I think we may need to discuss with Albert. I don't know what is protected under the closed sessions and ad hoc committee. I know that we looked to provide as much as we felt comfortable at this time, but we can certainly look into whether any additional can be provided.
Okay, because I'm curious about the range, right? For the 25 to 34 million at the bottom of packet page 18 in terms of the benefit that
how that was calculated.
Yeah, because it's quite a range. So I'm wondering where the sensitivity is there. And there is a sentence that says it's heavily influenced by the assumed value of residential development. But because I don't understand how the numbers were put together, I don't quite understand how that impacts. Similarly, I had a question about the benefit to the city side where, I couldn't quite understand the math there because there was a bunch of general statements. So like a benefit of 27 million and then valued at 12 million per acre. And I think I'd be curious about the easement piece of that question, although I do understand Commissioner Heckman's comment there. And then the $5 million public benefits fee less the value of the on-site BMR units. So what is that value? So and then it says it doesn't include the typical development impact fees, which when I read the minutes of the city council pre-screening, I believe Councilor Yang said that it was about 0.5 to 0.6 million. And then the art benefit in the same meeting on August 1st, the minutes said that an art benefit was about 1 million. So I just don't understand how we got from 27 to 37 when I can only account for 1.5, 1.6 million. So I just had a lot of questions about this. I'm not saying that they're wrong. I just can't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Understood.
And then a couple of much smaller questions. So on packet page 21, at the bottom, is that a typo where it says 2.5 acres per resident in parentheses? Is that meant to say 2.5 acres per 1,000 residents as our current parkland requirement? I mean, our current parkland that's available to residents? I assume that's what it is, and it seemed to work out. Okay, thanks. 2 per 1,000. And then on packet page 24, where there's second paragraph says it's recently come to staff's attention that there could be a much more substantial remodel required. Who did the analysis regarding the remodel that would be required, and then as well as the resulting implications on the historic integrity of the building? Is that from a consultant or from the applicant, or?
Which line are you specifically?
Well, no, it just says that it's recently come to staff's attention. So I assume there must have been some sort of analysis or information presented to staff, and I'm wondering who the source is of the information.
The applicant. The applicant, in discussions with the applicant, we became aware that a portion of the building between, so Global Playground is at 380 Portage, and that is like the rear portion of the building. It's all a concrete, construction. And there's a portion, we've talked a lot about the monitor roofs and the importance of the monitor roofs as a character defining feature of the building. And so we've always had an understanding that that piece would be retained and rehabilitated. But it was staff's understanding that the entire building would be rehabilitated so the building loses its integrity through the demolition of a portion of the building. However, so it is not consistent with the Secretary of Interior's standards. Anything you do to the building, it has already lost its integrity. It is not consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. However, we've had this understanding that the remainder of the building would be reconstructed and rehabilitated as in line with the Secretary of Interior standards as feasible. In further discussions with the applicant, we became aware that a large portion of this building between the monitor roofs and the concrete construction at 380 Portage, which is currently Global Playground, has a lot of two things going on with it. One, the roofs cannot support the solar that would be required for the upgrades to the building that would be necessary to meet green building standards. And that's partially also due to the new code that will take effect in January. And so
And that's our code?
it's coming down from state code,
Okay.
but it will be our code taking effect January 1st.
So no flexibility on our part to be able to relax that if we want.
No,
Okay.
no
Thanks.
flexibility. Yeah. And so the roof line of this structure cannot support the weight of that solar, which is a big concern. And so they would need to reconstruct the entire roof. The other piece that we became aware of is the state of the current corrugated metal siding. And the applicant was explaining to us that a lot of that corrugated metal is in a deteriorated state. Some of the areas have holes in it. It's been patched over time. So they've agreed to do a salvage survey of that corrugated metal and to retain and salvage and reuse whatever can be used. But ultimately, we don't know how much can be used. And so I think that it came to staff's attention that, you know, there may be more modifications to this building than we were originally envisioning. And we wanted to make sure that the public and the Planning Commission was aware of that.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. That's super helpful to understand. And then another small question on page 18, where there's a section called neighborhood setting and character. I keep looking at the maps and trying to orient myself. Did we flip northwest and or northeast there, or or maybe I'm looking at it upside down, or I'm just so confused. And southeast and southwest, are they flipped as well? What?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
The right residential neighborhood, and so the east and west are flipped in those references, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I was properly oriented and understanding how it all fit together. Thank you. And I think that's it for my questions. Thanks for bearing with me.
Other questions? I have a question as a follow-up to the issue that we were just talking about with the condition of the building. And I think it's the portion of the building that has the monitor roof, correct?
Say that one more time.
I'm just following up on the question of the state of the monitor roof portion of the building. I guess we would call that probably the old Fry's site portion of the building.
Yeah. What is the current, state in terms of what can be salvaged and stuff? Is that what you mean? Or
well, I guess you were telling us that might change. Would the monitor roof situation change?
The monitor roof situation, so that portion of the building is proposed to be rehabilitated. I know that some of those monitor roofs are boarded, some of the windows on that monitor roof and stuff are boarded up. And so they intend to do a salvage survey of those windows to see what can be retained and what would be replaced in kind. But the monitor roofs are intended to stay as is.
Okay, so we would have more information, I'm sure, on the state of that portion of the building, I'll call it, before we make any final decisions. Next spring, late winter.
I don't know if Sobrato can speak to when those kind of surveys would occur, the salvage surveys. They're on. Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. This is Rob. We don't have an exact timeline yet, but let us huddle up and we'll get an answer for you on that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then another question about the historic. I know there's a lot of exceptions for rehabbing historic buildings. and even actually tax credits available for restoring historic buildings. Were all those avenues exhausted before a decision, the application was made?
Well, if it's not if it's not considered a register eligible resource anymore, I don't think it would be eligible for any of those.
I'm saying
You're
prior to
saying-
the decision to remove a portion of the application to remove a portion of the building, was that looked into at all in terms of saving the whole building?
In terms of saving the building for the purposes of adaptive reuse
Yes,
for housing or something.
yes.
I don't think they've been fully explored as much as they maybe could have. So,
Okay, so I didn't quite hear you. You didn't think they were interested maybe in that?
I don't think that the applicant or the city has fully explored those options.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then I'm not sure who was first. Okay,
I
Commissioner.
just want to follow up as well and then hand it over, so I'll be very quick. But Ms. Raybold, it's a very dangerous, nebulous answer you just gave us. So I want you to be really clear on whether you are really trying to open that can of worms. Like, what do you mean when you say, I don't think it's been fully explored? Is that what you mean? Was it explored at all? Do we know? Do we need to ask the applicant? Like, let's put that to bed as soon as we can.
Sure, we can ask the applicant if they've explored that option.
And
The
while
city has not explored all of the tax benefits that might be available for a registered eligible resource.
And is that, just to go back to what you said, is the reason for that because it's not a registered historical resource?
Well, that's true. It's not a registered I'm sorry. It does, I'm sorry. It needs to be to take advantage
Because
of.
we love this stuff. We could go into the debate on that alone for hours. So I just want you to be really clear when you're putting something on the record, because we're gonna vote based on the testimony you're giving tonight. So the other thing I want to just say as an anecdote is that I've worked in both of these buildings, and yes, believe it or not, and I am not surprised at all that we're finding that it's not suitable for any modern purpose. And it's interesting that it's came it as news. like that is not news. I worked there many years ago and it was in bad shape. So what I like about what I'm seeing here, and I hope we get into more of that, but what I like is that they are trying to keep the sense of that building, but make it modern and usable, because it's a cool building from the outside, but it is not in great shape. So was the applicant able to chime in?
This is Tim Steele. I can say that we hadn't gone to that level of detail of investigation because for the reason that we moved to an ad hoc committee discussion is there's been a disagreement between the city and Sobrato about future uses in the building to begin with and what's allowed. And that moved us to the ad hoc committee meeting discussions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Steele. And Commissioner Heckman?
So I wanted to actually follow up on one of the questions Commissioner Chang asked early on, where she was able to have staff clarify for us that moving forward with the development agreement project, which I think is alternative 3 in the EIR, that would change a portion of the cannery building and result in the remainder of the cannery building no longer being eligible for historic designation, right? I got that part right. All right, so the same question about the project that has been applied for, the SB 330 project, which my understanding is that project where we have limited discretion, that would replace 84,000 square feet of the cannery building with, I think, 91 units. And similarly, I guess my question is, wouldn't similarly that render the remainder of the cannery building ineligible for historic designation?
Yes, I will say that this is all under the California register. It would be ineligible.
Okay.
I think one thing that we are exploring is whether it could still be identified, if the city could determine it to be eligible for a local register. There's my understanding is there's kind of lesser requirements in terms of what needs to be retained in the building, and the city could still choose to make it a landmark or put it on its local register, what remains of the building potentially. So we are looking into that to see if that would be feasible.
Okay. And then, so my next related question is under alternative 2 in the EIR, which is adaptive reuse, where we take that cannery building and we use it for all housing, right? My impression, particularly with all of these new discoveries that are described on Paptc pages 24, mostly 24, is that the changes that would need to be made to the cannery building to accommodate that would similarly render whatever's left of the cannery building ineligible for historic designation.
Yeah, I don't think that we can say with certainty that it would without any sort of idea of the project plans, but just based on the fact that you would have the requirements you would have to meet for ingress, egress, fire requirements, building requirements, upgrades, to meet green building code, all of those things that you would need to do substantial than for any other commercial use. And so, if you're looking at these kind of changes being needed simply for a research and development use from a warehouse, we certainly would expect that it's going to be more substantial for the purposes of a residential.
Yeah, and it makes sense to me, and I think that's one of the points that was made in the staff report in that analysis. So to me, what the answers to those 3 questions tells me is that the retention of all of the cannery building as a historic resource really isn't on the table because we have this SB 330 project presented to us. And in terms of a portion of the cannery building being eligible, none of these 3 paths, SB 330, adaptive reuse, maybe, but it seems to me almost certainly, or the development agreement alternative, none of those, they're all the same in that none of those is a path to retaining that remaining portion, whatever it is, of the building as eligible for historic designation. No, that's more of a comment than a question, staff. Okay.
So I have a follow-on question. You had mentioned that some of these changes might not preclude it from being listed in a local register of historic places. And what protections are afforded for a building in such a local register? Because I guess what I'm wondering is, given that the rest of the building, if preserved, cannot be listed on the state register, there's nothing that would prevent the building from being completely leveled at a future date, just as there isn't today, right now. But I just wanted to understand if there is some pathway where, if we said, okay, let's use this for office, that the building could indeed remain protected in perpetuity.
So, well, the first thing is there is a development agreement. So things that's a legislative process that goes, that's an opportunity. Second.
So when you said with the development agreement, does that mean that the building cannot be torn down? I thought it was just for 10 years.
Yeah, I think that it would be unlikely to be torn down simply because by rezoning it as a planned community zoning, you're basically saying this is the only thing that you can put on this site in terms of like the development plan. And so if they were to tear, and so, but your question about whether we can still provide some additional protection for it and what those protections are, I think Amy can speak to.
I was about to talk to that piece of it. So, with our local inventory, we have categories 1 through 4. Categories 1 through 2, 1 and 2 throughout the city have more protection than categories 3 and 4. There's often historic resources, category 3 and 4 have been modified, sometimes significantly, but they're still having enough integrity to be listed on the city's category, 3 and 4. Now, there's always criteria. Why would it be listed? So in the case of this building, it's not for architecture, it's for events. So, could it be listed as a category 1 and 2 on our inventory because of events? That would be something to take up with the, Historic Resources Board and that process. But a category 3 and 4 for architecture, let's say, it may not even rise to that occasion just based on architecture.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
I think that's my old light, but since it's back to me, let me just point out one thing about this new discovery. I just want to note that I actually appreciate that the applicant here, Sprado, has started that process to look at those things. I don't know if any of you remember what happened at Edgewood Plaza, which has, some historic aspects. And as that was approved, there was a portion, the kind of the low portion where like the wig shop was, that was all supposed to be adaptively reused with a lot of the original material. And what happened is when they stripped away the exteriors, they found deteriorated, at least we were told, that they couldn't be used. And so they just moved forward to replace them, bypassing some city process at the time. So here, at least, we're getting these issues on the table where we can all talk about them and look at the analyses. And so I think that's really a benefit to this process as we go through it and try to figure out what can be saved and what realistically has reached the end of its useful life.
Okay, thank you for that. I had one remaining question. Most of mine were answered, and it's page 89 about the parking structure, which abuts the R1 neighborhood on Olive. And it's just about the daylight plane and unclear the new parking garage daylight plane will need to be shown on maps. That comment? Packet page 89. It's attachment B, the zoning comparison table, if that helps.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. The daylight plane was not shown on the plan sets, but there is a daylight plane.
Well,
no, this is existing because
there's a drawing in the plan set where it appears
It'll need to be shown.
that there's parking on the roof of the parking structure.
Mhm.
And I was just wondering, and I can get you the page on the plan set. I was just wondering if that was accurate and that the people parking on the roof would be able to look into the yards of the Olive Street. I can get the plan set number. I was just wondering about that issue. And it's kind of an issue that the ARB could help clarify, I think.
Sure, we can ask for line of sight diagrams between the where they might be able to look into neighboring. We asked for line of sight diagrams a lot, so we can certainly ask for that.
Oh, okay. And for reference, it's,
That would be separate from a daylight plan though, too.
I know it is, but it made me look at this page and it's page AC2.1.10. Any other questions at this point for commissioners, or do we want to move on to the comment portion?
That was one question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rectal.
One of the goals of the city council was to reduce, what they say, developmental density. They really wanted low density office here. And right now it is low density office, but the zoning doesn't do anything to preclude it. They could turn around. Is that correct? They could turn around and have just general office here.
They are required to have R&D only. They can't have office. So the idea is that
How do you define R&D?
it's defined in our code. And hold on one second.
Because a lot of computer people do R&D sitting packed together in cubicles, and they're still doing research and development.
It's correct. I might have the applicant speak to this because I know that there were a lot of discussions during the ad hoc committee about that. I don't know if Tim or Rob might be able to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tim. We did talk a lot about that and the difficulty in drafting language and how to enforce it. The dialogue around this gravitated to something that was easier to and more likely to be enforced, and that was we got a lower parking ratio, and 2, we'll have a fairly aggressive TDM plan on top of that. And that's where the ad hoc committee felt more comfortable. Report of how we're doing on accomplishing the 15% reduction on top of the parking reduction.
And I'll just add that I believe, I think Jonathan Late is on, but I believe during the NV cap, there were a lot of discussions recently at council of how they wanted to implement the kind of how they wanted to control density in office. And I think that their conclusion was that they wanted to enforce it through TDM. Is that accurate, Jonathan?
Yeah, thank you, Claire. Yeah, nothing further to add there. I think that's about right.
So why wouldn't we consider putting a cap on the employee density? The number of employees. I mean, we do that for fire codes. You can't have more than so many employees in a certain area. You could do the same thing for employment.
Yeah, you can. It's a bit of a challenge from a enforcement perspective. I mean, fire goes out there, they do regular inspections, and business property owners and businesses have a state sort of standard for ensuring that they are complying with those fire codes and those life safety standards. For our discussion during the ad hoc discussion, there was this understanding of sort of the enforcement challenges with it. But again, as Tim had noted, the ad hoc did gravitate toward this. There was an interest clearly from the city's perspective to have some, better definition of sort of a lower density employment use. And we wrestled with that for a little bit, but in the end, what emerged from the dialogue was using the TDM as a way to address that. And that's how that conversation played out.
I mean, but historically, we really don't have good experience with TDMs being efficient, do we?
Well, we don't have the TDM model. There's a couple of things. One is only somewhat recently, within the past year or so, maybe 18 months, I think the code changed to really implement some more aggressive TDM standards. And now, as it was, previously under the code, we generally give it a business at least 2 years to work through from operation to work through those TDM changes. And so some of the more recent ones haven't sort of matured to that state to be analyzed. But I will also acknowledge that you're right. We do not have a ton of those on record, and the historic follow through on those, I would say, has not met sort of our expectations as a community. So there's been a shift. They're much more robust now. It's embedded in the code. To the extent that they are applied, they are pretty aggressive standards, but we also haven't gone to that maturity state of going back and testing them at this point either.
I mean, my concern is not so much that Sobrato is going to go against their word or go against the spirit of this agreement, but they certainly could sell this, and this building's going to be there for a long time. In 20 years from now, someone's going to own it, and someone's going to buy it and have a big mortgage on it, and they're going to crank up density to. I mean, that's certainly a very attractive thing for a landlord to do, is to try and crank up density to crank up rent. And if both sides of the agreement say we just want low density, why wouldn't we specify that? It just puts it in writing what the expectation of the landlord is.
I'll just add to that I'm unfamiliar with, I thought with TDMs, the goal of TDMs was to get people to work without using cars in a variety of ways, but I was not familiar with it as a way to limit density of employees at a building or office. Is that?
So TDM strategies are intended to reduce vehicle trips, right? So that's the objective there. And so the reason you want to implement a TDM in a particular area is to reduce the vehicular traffic impacts that the residents would experience, either through cut-through traffic or other just sort of commercial intrusions into residential neighborhoods, including parking. And these are all matters that were discussed. And so by using a TDM, you can mitigate in part those intrusions and sort of address it from that perspective. Another point is the site. Well, first of all, Fry's as a retail use has a higher demand for parking than the office spaces have. That's by our code, and that plays out through ITE, the trip generations. So we're actually going to a less intense use than we had when Fry's was operational. And the site is actually providing from a ratio, the proposed project provides from a ratio basis more parking than is currently provided, albeit still non-conforming or not meeting the precise code standard. And I believe that's detailed in the staff report. And then lastly, the other note that I'd like to share is that, and I don't know if this is in the DA terms or not right now, but I know it was a discussion point and we can come back and follow up on it, is there's a provision that I think would exclude this site from participating in a future RPP, residential parking program. And so collectively, these sort of components were viewed as something that would address the concern about a high density R&D employer at this location.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I kind of misunderstood. You were referring to the TDM in that context because it will reduce the impacts, not that it was going to reduce the number of employees per square foot. Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm asking my colleague, oh, go ahead, Commissioner Templeton.
Thanks. I had a follow-up question. Is there, other than TDM related concerns, is there any other reason that one would want to limit the number of employees at a site? And that's for Director Late or Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I mean, part of it, I think, is jobs, housing imbalance, is that the more jobs you have, the more of a strain it puts on the local housing market.
Okay. Director Late, does that have any
Yeah, I think
comments there?
certainly the jobs. Yeah, so I agree. Jobs, housing, we're in this constant sort of, sort of effort to improve the imbalance that I think we all acknowledge that we have now. And I think the city's taken a number of policy actions to curb office development and promote housing. And so we're in the midst of doing that now. I think in the course of the discussions, and I would certainly welcome Mr. Steele to weigh in as well if he has a different perspective. But I really felt like it was based on the impacts to the residents and the residential neighborhood as the item that we were really trying to address in that context.
And I would say that the TDM would address the jobs housing imbalance in this bizarre side effect as well, because you're either living here and walking or biking, or you're taking the train to get to this job. So in any case, you're not driving. And so the net impact will be controlled by the TDM in any way you look at it. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And I understand why you guys did that. And I do hope that we would get more comfortable in enforcing those things, especially as we're working on our climate plans. So I agree on that, but I think it's a reasonable way to throttle the number of people working there and the impact on the city. Thank you.
No, but if you have 500 workers who all walk to work, they still are taking 500 bedrooms in the community. So,
but they'd have to be living here to do that. So that's not a problem.
Yeah, but they're still displacing other people. I mean, they're taking.
How are they displacing other people? They're living here and working here.
We have. They would be taking bedrooms that, if you didn't have those 500 jobs, you'd have 500 more bedrooms. So
I think that's a theoretical way of looking at it, but in practical terms, they can't live here unless those bedrooms are available.
They still are taking 500 bedrooms.
From whom?
From whoever would be living there if they weren't living there.
They're already, if somebody's living there, I mean, that's the point.
Okay. But the fact that someone walks to work does not mean they're not putting pressure on the housing market. That those are two independent things.
I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing here, but we can easily take it offline. All I'm saying is I think it's a reasonable approach and that they've covered a lot of angles.
I'm wondering if my colleagues would like to take a quick break before we dip into the next section. Would that be welcome? Should we be back at 10 of?
Sorry, it's 8:10 right now.
Oh, that clock is wrong. What time should we come back? I don't have my.
10 minutes, 8:20?
8:20. Okay, sorry. The clock is wrong. to do it. Okay, let's get back to work, colleagues. So at this point, we kind of agreed to go through the list of items, and after that, so I guess we'll go through one at a time. And then after that, any additional comments could be asked. Does that sound like a good process? Okay. So why don't we start with the timing of the Audi building? It's conversion, yes. And if anybody needs a reference to that, it's packet page. Any packet page 23. So any comments on? Not seen any. I'll ask staff a question about this. What were staff's concerns about the timing of the conversion? Because you say that that you have concerns, but I don't really. I was wondering what the concerns were.
Yeah, so there were a couple things related to the timing of the Audi building. I think that we were, well, Jonathan, do you, maybe you can speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. And maybe if you can,
yeah, sorry. Staff initially proposed that the conversion we wanted it not to be effective until the rest of the project, including the townhomes, was complete. Sobrato has proposed that the conversion be permitted at any time suitable to tenant, once a tenant is found. And I think it might be useful, I guess, to hear from the applicant. I mean, I can say from staff's perspective, you know, our concern is we see that as a key benefit of the project, the housing. The parkland is one benefit, certainly, but also the development of the housing to help us meet our arena goals is also important to us. And so, you know, we see that as a carrot that, you know, we might want to withhold. Might be worth hearing from the applicant.
That would be fine. Somebody from Sobrato.
Working on it. Thank you, Chair. Tim Steele again. When you lay out all of the things that need to happen here and the money that we'll be spending and the dedication of the 3.25 acres, the way the mapping of the schedules work out, and the garage gets built first, and we have to underground the overhead power lines. Well, permitting and doing that construction can be 1.5 to 2 years before we could actually move back into the garage and make the availability of the land on the other side, that near the creek, the 3.25 acres, which then would be dedicated. We still haven't removed the demo of the end of the building yet and done any of the improvements on the land, because we have to relocate the tenants that are in that portion of the building into the restored portion of the middle building where the monitor roof and that middle section is. So we're talking about the period of time before townhomes would even be able to be built could be 5 years, just because all these things have to happen before we can remove the end of the building to even be in a place to do some of the site work improvements and then put the map in place and start building. So the length of time, and during all of that, we are investing, and we are also making dedications to the city and making improvements that benefit the city, not just our property, like undergrounding the overhead power lines that go through the parking lot. High tension overhead power lines, by the way. So we were thinking it would be reasonable, but at the same time, as we walk through the period of things that need to happen, we'd be willing to pull back and, if you will, remove the tenant and the improvements if, in fact, we don't perform on the overall development agreement as it's being laid out. So I'm happy to ask any more questions. We're still working through some of the finer points of the development agreement, but generally waiting 5 to 7 years to be able to occupy that building, we didn't feel was reasonable to expect. Thank you.
So it's currently unoccupied, or it's still occupied by the Audi dealership?
No, Audi's moved out of it. We have, we just signed an automotive use as a temporary use, but they're not doing any tenant improvements because they also might start doing some R&D work in the same space. So, but they wouldn't do that until they're allowed to do that under the change of zoning.
Okay, thank you for that. Colleagues, do you have any comments? Oh, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I want to make kind of a general observation before we start talking, before I talk about this individual item, because this observation really colors my view on a lot of these items we're going to talk about. And that is that this development agreement project is really coming to us in a different context than we normally see things. It's not, do you like it or not? It's really a comparative view that we need to take. And that comparative view is, do we like it better than the SB 330 project that the developer has applied, made application for? And it's further colored by the fact that we know already that our city council, as currently constituted, seems to like the development agreement version better than the SB 330 project, or else they wouldn't have, promoted it and started this process. And so as I look at these various issues and sort of how far can we push Sobrato here, I guess I have in mind two things. One is if we push too hard, one of two things could happen. Either the city council ignores us because we have gone too far from, kind of the general direction that they seem attracted to, or even if the city council is attracted to our ideas, if Sobrato feels it's no longer palatable to them, then they just go back to their SB 330. So, like I said, that kind of colors a lot of my comments on these individual items. On this particular one about timing of refilling the Audi building, I actually have seen this kind of requirement in my work a couple of times a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago now, in the city of San Jose did this on a couple of projects where they were mixed use projects. It was an office building and residential. And what the city said is, we really want housing, so we're going to make you build the residential before we let you start the housing. And in at least one of those projects, the developer, after the final approval with that condition, walked away from the project because it no longer penciled out. And so I don't want to kill the project over this. And so I'm not. So I'm concerned about withholding the right to fill the Audi building until the entire project is done. I think that the Sobrato proposal really puts them at some risk. I think that would be really they're going to have to come up with a specialized lease to give themselves the right to kick somebody out if they haven't met these milestones. So I think, it's interesting that they would want to take on that risk. But I'm also wondering if there are some intermediate steps. Mr. Steele just mentioned all of these steps that, are going to need to happen before the townhomes are built. And so I was wondering if in kind of the phasing of the rollout of all of this development, maybe there's another earlier step than the townhomes that Sobrato would feel comfortable with, and that would really get them putting more skin in the game before they fill out the Audi building. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang? I think I come to the same conclusion as Commissioner Heckman did, but for slightly different reasons. I think there's a larger question about how this whole deal was negotiated. And, you know, my big observation in all of this is that I don't know what happened in closed doors. I don't know what the potential lawsuit was. I don't know what the dispute was about. So it makes it really hard to judge about, you know, to judge this. My opinion is, like, if we're going to have office there, then yes, it's a carrot, but it's not the hugest carrot. There's other, the continuation and rezoning is probably the biggest carrot. And I'd be okay, especially because there's some serious feasibility concerns here that's highlighted by the applicant. You know, this seems like a small deal, and there has to be you know, when you enter into an agreement as big as this, there has to be good faith on either side. And this seems like something that, you know, it would make sense for us to act in good faith on, especially given that the applicant is willing to have other project milestones. So I think there's many ways that this could be done. As Commissioner Heckman suggested, we could move it to an earlier time frame, earlier milestone that triggers this. And then it could terminate with other project milestones if other project milestones aren't met. So this is not a big sticking point for me. I think there's lots of ways that we could come to an agreement. Thanks.
Seeing no lights. So isn't the automobile dealership designation an overlay over another zone?
No, so it's not an automotive dealership, and it doesn't have a combining district on it. It's an automotive service use, which is actually currently a non-conforming use of the site. This is RM30 zoning as well.
That's right,
It's part of the site.
That was a silly question.
So they've had an automotive use, though. It's currently non-conforming. They are, you know, allowed to continue that non-conforming use, that exact same one. But you know, the whole discussion about Commissioner Chang raised about the question of kind of the, you know, what was the issue with the settlement or the you know, concerns. That's what came to council in defining what the allowed uses are on the site and when these non-conforming uses can end and how they can continue. And the language in the code related to that. And you know, the position from the applicant that there was, you know, lack of clarity in that code section.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Right. So I also am really, it's a very unusual process here because the development agreement took place ahead of the standard PC review. And because it was not available to the public, you know, we don't really understand what risks there were legally or financially at hand that compelled some of these decisions. And I clearly think there should be goodwill on both sides, and I'm sure that there is. However, I'm kind of impacted myself personally in this decision by the fact that staff thinks it's a good idea. And they must have a reason to do it that I can't know. So I think my current idea is that I would agree with staff that it might be good to keep that as a carrot, particularly if they can find a tenant. But I I think we have time to revisit that throughout this whole process, but it's like I'm sort of making a decision with a huge blind spot because I can't really know what happened to make staff concerned about this issue. So any other commissioners?
Yeah, I tend to agree that about with Commissioner Heckman, moving it earlier, I think seems reasonable to do. I think holding out to the last possible minute seems a little punitive. In good faith, I would say we should move it closer to the beginning.
If there's no other comments, we'll move it on to the next issue, which I have is the retail space.
Can I just ask a question before we move on?
Yes, please.
These are a number of items where staff is just asking for input. And so as we move through them, we're not ever going to vote on that, right? We're just each giving our comments. And I just want to make sure after this first one that this is really what staff was looking for. Just this is an example of what we're about to do 4 or 5 more times. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, this is fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Director Lake, your hand is up. Did you want to say something?
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair. I think I was reacting to something that you had said about not having insight into staff's explanation as to why we put this forward. And I wanted to not have you be unclear as to our position on that. And I think just to speak to that a little bit further, as to reiterate what Claire had said, I mean, housing is a big component of this project for the city, not only the market rate development that's being proposed as a part of the townhome, but the anticipated affordable housing components as well as part of the park program. We can anticipate that what we're hearing is that, you know, there's some uncertainty as to when the housing will be built. We know that there's market conditions that will support a housing production, but it may be a couple of years before that's realized. And then we just know from our own process of how some things have taken place in Palo Alto. Once the land is available to the city, it's been deeded to the city's got to go through a process of converting that to some kind of park space. And that's going to be a public process. That's going to take a number of years as well, as will a finding an affordable housing provider. There's going to be a request for proposals, and that's going to take to at least balance. And I think, we're totally open to the commission's guidance on this, is that we wanted to make sure that the city was receiving a benefit also, and sooner rather than sort of later in the process. And having the Audi building continue to be used for automobile repair services adds a little bit more, may add, and may unnecessarily add some additional pressure to wanting to see that housing development get built sooner rather than later. But hearing the commission's dialogue, again, this is why we presented it to the commission, and look forward to your feedback. Commissioner Heckman, just the last thing that you had noted at the end there, to the extent that we have consensus from the commissioners represented, I think that's sufficient for us to go forward and continue to work on the development agreement. I think we were hearing consensus on that last item about the Audi building. So for the future items that come forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And actually, we didn't hear from everybody, and I think I was more favorable to staff's idea. So there wasn't consensus.
So and then Sheriff, I might, I just, if to be helpful for us to advance the discussion forward, and I'll leave it to the chair to organize this, but we're going to want to proceed in some direction. And if the commission wants to influence that direction, having some kind of consensus or verbalization. And if folks choose not to participate in the particular discussion, we'll just go with the voices that we've heard, unless unless you'd like to take some other approach. We can only go on based on what we hear, I guess is what I'm saying.
Only if you would like us to vote instead of just taking notes.
Yeah, again, I think informally, I think it's fine. You're going to see this again. So I think it's okay to be informal. But again, all we can do is go based on what we hear.
Okay, thanks for that. Next up is retail space. And Chair Heckman would like to go first.
Vice Chair, need to remember to turn my light off after, because I don't think I had turned it on. I'm happy to start with this. So the issue is whether in this 2,600 square feet of space, should it be, its primary use be retail, or should its primary use be some interpretive adjunct associated with the historic structure, the cannery structure that was once there? My thoughts on that are, first of all, 2,600 square feet is a lot of space. That's 30% bigger than my house. And I think it's more space than the display area at the Palo Alto Art Center. And so my thinking is while having information about the historic cannery is important, and I think some portion of the 2,600 square feet should be used for that. I think the primary use should be retail that can serve the 149 units that are going to exist on this site eventually, between the market rate and the affordable project that the city will eventually build.
Commissioner Chang? My view is that given the current relative lack of services in that area, I'm sure the residents of the new townhomes, as well as residents in that area, would appreciate something that, and that we'll have a park there eventually, that it would be nice if there was some sort of service that the residents could benefit from. I think the interpretive area, it'd be great if there were some elements of the interpretive area that were always available, even if the retail operation or the business were closed. But we saw renderings of outdoor done creatively to allow some interpretive value even while the business itself were closed. But I think that in terms of value to the residents in the area, it'd be nice to have something that they could really benefit from. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I agree. I'm thinking about other places that have interpretive space combined with other things, like the cannery in Monterey. It's a great space. It has some services there, some historical information, and that's inside the building at the same time in the same space. Also, we're talking about it being near the park. It's possible to put some interpretive information in or near the park as well. So we don't have to limit ourselves to only providing that historic information inside. So I think we can get really creative and have fun with it and get, people to interact with it even more. Thanks.
Commissioner Rupavar?
Thank you. I'll make my comment short, but yeah, I agree with primary retail space and interpretive materials, and considering whether we want to put it in the park and not just the 2,600 square feet. And I really like Commissioner Templeton's reference to the Monterey Center, because to the one in Monterey, the Cannery, because I think they do a good job, and I frequent that space a lot. Thank you.
Does the townhome project have any common space?
Sorry, any what?
Does the current townhome design have any common space for the residents?
The common space for the residents is just the kind of aisles in between, but
Yeah,
other than that,
there's no community room or anything like that.
No.
There's no shared space in that.
No.
Okay. I think having this be retail is most practical, but I would really like to see, like, for example, our neighborhood group uses the back room at Hobie's for some of our meetings. And so I would really like, I think retail is a lot more practical than having a museum. I think the novelty of the museum will wear off fairly quickly. But if this could be some combination of retail that serves the residents and also is kind of a community hub for the residents, then I think that's a big win. So.
Thank you. And I actually agree with Commissioner Rekdal, but I actually would prefer an additional community space to be identified as, I don't know that it would be retail, but it would be a part of the R&D use that was dedicated space for the community, because there's nothing else for them. And I think it should be also an indoor-outdoor portion. So I think that that section of the building that is retail needs to be expanded to accommodate what would normally be in a residential, some amenity space, shared space, community space, meeting room in a residential development of that size. So that would be key for my support.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're referencing that corner outdoor space, and are you saying that you would have it be like a room addition to that?
I think it's not, I think at 2,600 feet, it's not big enough to accommodate the needs of retail, a little, what are we calling it? A little museum area, historic area, and also a dedicated place for the people living in the townhome neighborhood, because they don't have anything like that. So it wouldn't be retail, but it would be not R&D, and it would be dedicated to that, to the neighborhood townhome use. Or it should go in the townhome area. There should be a place like that. I mean, where are they going to have neighborhood association meetings, you know? So I think the easiest way to do that, you either have to redesign the townhomes as they get refined in this process, or you have to take more space out of in the monitor roof area, I'll call it. I don't know who was first. You were? Commissioner Chang?
So I had limited my comments specifically to the question that staff raised about the purpose of the 2,600 square feet of retail space. But what I would say is that it sure would be nice if the 2,600 feet were a little bit bigger. So enough to, say, accommodate a restaurant or just a little bit more varied use. I know that makes it more expensive for the applicant, but I also think that would be a greater community benefit. So in line with, I don't want to be prescriptive about what I think that should be, but it sure would be nice if it could be something large enough to accommodate, you know, say a restaurant or an alternative use that could still, of course, have interpretive materials available. So I am aligned with Commissioner Suma on that. It's a wish, and we're supposed to give feedback, so that's my feedback.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. 2,600 square feet is pretty large. Again, comparing that to houses that I've been in other spaces, I think you could have a community meeting in there. If it was a coffee shop or some other kind of retail space. But I would also say, I'm not sure that many neighborhoods in Palo Alto have, especially of this size, have a dedicated community center that is private. So I'm curious about that. We don't have anything like that in Barron Park. We meet at the school. Ventura, they're meeting at Hobie's. I'm just trying to think of what precedent you're basing that request on.
Well, developments like Oak Creek Apartments and actually another PC, Alma, what's it called? Alma Village, Alma Place, where a grocery outlet is. There is a community room there that the community can use and that nobody ever uses, and the city gets to use it for free also, and it doesn't get used. But I think it's typical for developments like that to have some meeting space where they
I've
can have.
definitely heard about that for apartments. I just didn't know about for townhomes or development like this.
I think so, and it's pretty isolated. I don't know who else around there could provide that, maybe the community childcare thing where the Ventura Old School is, but I don't think it's a lot to ask. I don't think 2,600 feet is really big enough here of a carve out. And I think that would be a great use, but I don't want to be entirely prescriptive either.
Yeah, I'm just providing an alternate opinion, and we're all weighing in on this. So for me, 2,600 square feet is pretty large. For neighborhood meetings. If we wanted to do more than that there, then that's, you can't have, it's not like the size of the entire Lucy Stern Center, but it's certainly the size of a ballroom, if not a little larger. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess my concern with this dedicated community center is if I'm Sobrato, I'm more likely to, if I was required to do that, I would be more likely to put it in the housing development than take some of my R&D space. And when I do that, I'm going to lose housing units. And right, because if you look at the design, the housing units are all, they take up all the housing area. So are we going to, eliminate 3 or 4 units for a community center? I would say, in this development, which is going to be next to a 2.5 acre park, I wouldn't want to trade the housing units, which of course would be lived in all the time, for a community center, which would be used occasionally. I like the concept of it, but I don't think it fits well in this development.
Community center does seem a little large. I was thinking of a meeting room, since nothing was provided in a townhome neighborhood. And I don't think it has to be huge. I mean, the one at Alma Plaza is pretty small, but I think it could be very useful. And I think 2,600 is pretty limited. I think for a full restaurant, I don't think it's enough room, really, when you kitchen and storage take up a lot of restaurant space. So those would be my concerns.
So it might be helpful to the commission if we just understood a little bit about how the 2,600 figure was derived. Is it like a particular end of a building that happens to be 2,600 feet? How was, are we allowed to know where that figure came from?
Can you reference which figure?
Yeah, I can speak to this, Claire. So thank you, Commissioner Heckman. So this is an area where the ad hoc spent a fair amount of time discussing this, and there was a lot of interest in trying to maximize for the community the size of this space, and for the reasons that have been articulated by the commission. And I would say that the number that we have is probably smaller than we want, but it's also I think a lot larger than Sobrato was anticipating as well. And so I think what this reflects is a compromise, and really trying to blend elements of the interpretive component to sort of honor the history of the site, combined with its proximity to the park, and create some kind of a viable, engagement opportunity, community gathering place, whether it's a coffee shop or something along those lines. The commission has said, and the ad hoc too, did not want to get too prescriptive as to what that space would look like. And just understanding that retail is a challenge in this area. And it's a bit of lost leader for the developer. That's understood. And so we were just trying to find something that would work and be enough of a size to accomplish these different goals. So short answer is it reflects a compromise of through the discussion.
Thank you for that. And other comments? Okay, we will go ahead.
So if this wasn't retail, would this be open to the public? Would this be only open to residents? Do we have any idea, or is that still TBD?
So it can only be retail as of right now, or some sort of public use, I suppose. I think that the question that we posed to the commissioners was born out of a discussion of what are the expectations if it's open to the public, so the public has the opportunity to view the monitor roofs or other, and celebrate that historic aspect of the site. But it's also a retail space. There's, obviously certain expectations in terms of what are normal business hours, and depending on the type of retail use, it might have different business hours. And so the question was, how available is this need to be to the public to be, part of that public benefit?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then, also the question of if for some reason there wasn't a retail tenant for some period because a retail tenant left and vacated, is there a requirement to leave this, portion of the building open to the public? And how, does Sobrato make that work if there's not a tenant to kind of man that space?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we pose that question of, to what extent it's retail, and is there some sort of component that you could create that you could walk into at any time period? Certainly, we've been exploring some of the ideas that I think Commissioner Ching mentioned about interpretive materials outside that space as well, that would be available to the public all the time. And perhaps that would be enough to address, the public's ability for the historic. And I think it's also as well, but certainly something we wanted your input on.
Yeah, I'm nervous that we'll end up with just a coffee shop that's just open mornings and then it's locked up. And so now you have this space that you've carved out, and it's really not getting much use because it's open for a couple hours in the morning and then it shuts down and locked up. Is there some way that if that's the case, that you could have the residents at least have a key in it, and it can be a gathering point for them? It's like a common area. I don't know, that has its own problems, but it just seems like a waste to have 2,600 square feet just used for a few hours each day.
So I don't know, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, may I?
Please.
Commissioner Rectal, I don't know that that's interesting that the concern is that it'll be open for a couple of hours during the day. If that is the concern, I think it'd be appropriate. I mean, what we've talked about is hours that are customarily associated with a retail use. And for us, that would go beyond just a couple of hours during the day. And so that's the kind of language that I think is in the DA or could be incorporated into the DA. so that we don't have a sort of a vacant space there, or that's not the intent. The intent is to have a space where there can be some incidental gathering or some activity, and arguably it's going to be more active when there's a park there, and some more housing units. But anyways, I just wanted to provide that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you have retail. It's just kind of out of the way. You're not going to, and do we have critical mass to support the retail, or are we relying on people outside? And this is a big business issue. And so anyway, I want to see this area used. That's my point.
I don't see it as being a place for a shop per se at all. More of a coffee, light food, refreshment place that is open reasonably long enough. Like maybe it opens at 11 and stays open after hours so residents can use it if they want to meet. That's more of what I see as practical with the historic component. Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I think we can ask the applicant to propose something with the feedback we just got, because I agree. I think with the park there's a lot of opportunity, and if you look at city planning and area planning best practices, you definitely do want to have activity going on for different parts of the day. It helps keep the area safe and it helps keep the area active and vibrant. So I think all of these are really good suggestions. And I think with a space the size of 2,600 square feet, you probably could have tables and a table area that could be in use, even if the kiosk or whatever is closed. So I think we can come up with some compromises and creative solutions to that. And I hope you guys have enough input. But I think we're kind of converging on a similar idea for that space. Thank you.
And one last thought, the history museum that's going in the historic building in, what's the name of the park downtown? Heritage Park. I believe the history museum is providing a cafe and bathrooms for users of the park. So that might be something too. So it could be really useful and really create more of a reason for people to hang out there. Okay, now we'll move on. Okay, the next item is private streets in the townhouse area. So, and that is primarily how we feel. They're asking for a reduction in our standards for private streets. And I see that I already have a light. Commissioner Chang?
So this is on the top of page 18, I think. So I just wanted to first start by asking staff a question. Is there other precedent for when we have reduced the width of private streets?
I don't know that we have done it, only because I'm not sure that we have had a lot of major townhome developments that have occurred since that code change was adopted. Do you recall?
No, that's fine. I just thought, yeah, that's fine. I just didn't. So to me, whenever I see something like this, and last 2 weeks ago was the setbacks on arterials. There's like a reason why we have that rule, and I feel pretty strongly that we try and I feel pretty strongly that we maintain that rule. And I understand that there's anticipated to be sufficient fire safety, but what about other needs that garbage or fire engines have ladders, and what other implications are there here? So at a minimum, I would want more information before saying, okay, 26 feet. But in general, I think that We have the code for a reason. It was thought out at the time. And this is not a situation where we're shoehorning. It's like a pretty big area that they have to work with. And so it would be pretty small design changes, I would think, in order to get a couple more feet on either side, not to mention that from a second story view, 26 feet, it's not very far away looking into somebody else's window. So those are just my thoughts. But from like a circulation and safety standpoint, I feel pretty strongly about the 32 feet.
If the chair would like, I'm happy to answer a couple of those questions.
Oh, please.
So this was actually added via voter initiative. It was not added by staff. My understanding, I had researched it prior to another project, and my recollection is the goal was at the time there was a development that was proposed that didn't have any parking really on the private streets that were provided. And I think there was concern from the public that we needed to have wider streets in order to provide parking off-site on townhome style developments. And I think that that's what where the code requirements were born of. Now, in the end, the code didn't specifically require parking, though, on these streets. So we have these wider street requirements, but no requirement that they actually provide the parking on these streets. This development does have parking on some of those streets, but the way the code is written, every single drive aisle is considered a street. So obviously you can't put parking right in front of the, garage doors. So for the purposes of garbage pickup and fire safety, the garbage pickup has a lot of other implications. There's only certain areas that they can go. They won't, back up and back and forth in some of the smaller drive aisles. So they go around the exterior into, specific areas. And there's plans laid out in the development plan of the pathways for the garage or for the garbage trucks. But for fire safety, bringing in aerial ladders and stuff, 26 feet is the requirement. So what's being proposed here is 32 feet on the ground floor and 26 feet above, because if you're saying a street is 32 feet, then it needs to be clear all the way to above. So it's, right now they're proposing 26 feet on the upper levels.
That's helpful. I think I need to look at the parking plan a little more carefully then to understand like the implications, but it sounds like what you're saying is that we cannot increase the parking for visitors.
Yeah, so this wouldn't be requesting modification to kind of the main street access point streets where parking is currently proposed on the plans. It would be for the drive aisles in between where it's garage access points.
Commissioner Templeton?
I just wanted to say I often agree with Commissioner Chang on street safety and making sure that we have the space that we need to be safe. And I really appreciate you going through the explanation that it would be wider at ground level and why it's okay to be 26 feet apart, slightly higher levels. I didn't really understand that at first either. So I really appreciate your explanation. It sounds like that meets all the safety requirements. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
So, yeah, I was trying to understand the sentence in this first full paragraph on packet page 18 that talks about both the 32 feet and the 26 feet. So if I'm understanding correctly, the first floors are 32 feet apart, and essentially that entire area is paved, drivable, although in some places you're going into or out of garages. So right on the first floor, it's 32 feet. Is that right?
There are kind of tree kind of things, but we allow that in a private street and always have, so.
Okay. And then when we rise up to the second floor, I guess those second floors extend toward each other a little bit. I don't know if it's 3 feet on each side, but it's a total of 6 feet between the two. And so you get a narrowing above the street. And so if I'm understanding, the exception that would be needed for the tentative map would not really be for the ground floor experience, but rather for the fact that it doesn't stay 32 feet to the sky. Do I have that right?
So you can't have encroachments of building, floor area into private streets. So the private street would have to be reduced through the map with exceptions to a 26 feet for those drive aisles. But the development plan that's proposed would still have 32 feet from face of building to face of building at the ground floor.
Okay. All right. So then you would have technically a 26-foot street, but it would look and act like a 32-foot street, except the 3 feet on each side, if it were split evenly, would be actually owned by, I guess, the townhome owners impressed with an easement allowing access on them, right? Because otherwise you don't want individuals driving on the private property. So I would think that there would just be some easements to allow that outside of the private street. Anyway, I guess that's a
good point.
minor issue that staff could
That's a good
or
point.
may need to think through. But I guess I'm supportive of this concept. Also, I would suggest, I know that there are planned developments in other jurisdictions where they have reduced private street sizes, the interior private street sizes. And if Palo Alto doesn't have a history of that, it might be worth contacting some of your colleagues from Mountain View, Menlo Park, or Redwood City, and just asking not only have they done it, but if they have, and it's aged somewhat, what was their experience? Like, have they subsequently received a lot of complaints that they were too narrow, or people were, parking and blocking things? That might help inform this process if we knew that.
Commissioner Richter?
Yeah, I'm looking at the plans right now on, do you have the packet plans? Oh,
What page?
A2.7.2. And
A27. Say that again.
A2.7.2. And it's about maybe a third of the way through. So is that what we're talking about on that? Do you, know when you're looking at the same thing I am?
And actually, Commissioner Rectal, when we look at that, thank you. What I see now that at least the imagery they have here is the landscaping kind of extending out over, let's assume that's 3 feet. And then even, like a slightly different driveway apron. And so it looks like that space isn't really usable as a drive aisle. And so that would eliminate this easement.
It's almost
thing
like a 3-foot driveway. Yeah.
Yeah. So with this kind of design, you wouldn't be looking at the kind of easement that I was thinking might be necessary. Yeah.
So, Claire, if you
Yeah,
found
I'm
that.
having trouble finding it, but I think, hold on one second. Let me bring up actually just. You want to borrow? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, this is probably not the best view of like the drive aisles, but yes, it's in these areas exactly where you have the garages.
And so the overhang. So that means that you have 2 garage doors facing each other and the garage doors themselves are 32 feet apart. Is that how this is designed?
Mm-hmm.
And so our regulations say right now that the buildings have to be 32 feet apart, or just that the road itself has to be 32 feet?
Sorry, that the road has to be 32 feet. So if you are serving more than, I think it's 4 lots, which includes condominiums, it's under Title 21 of our code. If you are serving more than 4 lots, then it needs to be 32 feet wide.
That's like curb to curb. Is that how they measure it?
We typically measure that on a townhome style building. It would be, I think if you're doing it in this design, it would be face to face of building. So it needs to have, we allow kind of bowled out for like a tree or something. It doesn't necessarily need to be a drive aisle for the entire distance. But you can't have encroachments of floor area into a private street. And generally it's, paved in that area.
So the vegetation they show at the bottom there is kind of the equivalent to the bulb out that you would have for the tree.
Mm-hmm,
okay. And so that's allowed. But so they're meeting that law, but the ordinance says that has to be clear all the way to the sky.
The ordinance doesn't specify that it has to be clear to the sky, but just generally, if you have a street easement, you can't have a building encroaching into a street easement, especially floor area to a building.
Okay. I mean, I know like in San Francisco, there are spots where you're walking on the sidewalk and there's an overhang 2 or 3 stories above you where the belt juts out. Is that because that's sidewalk, or is that just because of different zoning?
Really say for sure. I mean, we certainly have areas where balconies overhang a sidewalk, but that sidewalk usually, for example, along El Camino Real, we require a 12-foot sidewalk width. And so you have balconies that overhang the sidewalk, but a portion of that sidewalk is on the property. So it's not actually in the private street. I don't know in San Francisco if they have different requirements, or if that's kind of the similar scenario happening where they might have the first floor set back short, so that they can extend the sidewalk and then the balconies overhang.
So
sorry, 5 or more lots. Okay. Yeah. Either way,
if I have an apartment building and I have a setback and then the street, can I take my balconies and extend them into the setback, or is that allowed?
under our code, it's allowed. We have certain allowances for balconies to encroach into a setback. I think some of our code is like, it can encroach up to, I want to say like 4 to 6 feet or something into a setback.
Okay. And is there anything else in our code, this 26 feet, where did that come from? Was that chosen?
26 feet is a fire safety standard for kind of, I think it's for when they can get like their aerial apparatus in, I want to say, or ladders or something.
Okay. I'm suspicious of this. I might be able to be convinced. I think maybe in the same camp as Commissioner Chang. I'd like more information, but the fact that it's second story and up, I don't think we're impacting the public, but I'm nervous about letting people use public land without really understanding it.
So just to clarify, it's not public land. These would be private streets.
Community land, I guess it would be like, if it's private, if it's a private
They're
street.
still private streets, so they're still not public land.
But the community, the townhome community owns just the townhome residents or owners effectively own that private street.
Right.
And so, yeah, I might be able to be convinced, but I'm nervous about this.
Quick question, maybe Ms. French will remember if the Upper Mayfield development, the width of the streets there, I can't believe I don't remember this. It was talked about so much. Just for a point of comparison, and I don't know if all the commissioners know that development, but it's not townhomes, but they're very close together. And there aren't driveways separating the lots. But if you don't remember, it's fine. I thought you might off the top of your head.
No, I have my lifeline into Jody, who was the project planner for that, I believe. The one on Cal Ave?
Yeah.
Your college
yeah.
sheriffs. Okay, yeah, she may.
Because for a point of comparison, at 26, if it's safe for emergency purposes, and I think we're talking about the interior long streets kind of, and I don't believe garbage trucks are going to go down those streets. They're going to service it from the perimeter.
Yeah, service it from the perimeter.
So and I think the minimum width of a driving lane is 10 feet, right?
For a driving lane is 10 feet.
Yeah,
typically.
so 26 seems like it will be safe, and that was my main concern. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
If you look at the front page of the packet, so we have 4 rows of townhouses. So they're going to be going through here.
Yeah, it's 26 from here to here and 32 from here to here because there's a little planting area, as you can see.
Okay.
From those trees.
Oh, gotcha.
And garbage trucks aren't going to go down these, but these are 26.
No, they have to.
No, they're all going to. Here, so maybe that helps.
So garbage trucks are not going down these back aisles? You're going to have a dumpster at the end, or how do these people?
Sorry, it's so much easier to show.
I'm sorry, I forgot my plan set upstairs.
Don't worry about it. I don't think, I think these lanes, I think this is 26 from here to here.
Yeah.
Turn on the.
Yeah, so
32 from there to there.
my recollection, I think it is somewhere in this plan set, but my recollection is that the garbage trucks is coming down and servicing. Now, one of the key comments that we've been working on with Zero Waste is the service to the dead end aisles. I think there was a lot of concern about servicing the dead end aisles. But I know that Zero Waste and our hauler have already looked at this and had no concerns about servicing any of the other. It was only the dead end aisles. So we are.
Also occurs at Upper Mayfield,
Mhm.
and they back up.
So they back up, and that was their issue is the, thank you. Their issue was that, they back up and they would have to back up like 12 times because you'd have to back up for each of the sides separately. And then you'd have to back up for each of the type of waste stream separately. And so, they felt that that was a safety concern on the dead end aisles. And so, in the next iteration of plans, we are expecting, modifications to the plans to propose a different alternative, which I believe would include, it probably will include some sort of area where trash cans will be moved to. And then if the waste hauler can't service from there, then they would have somebody that comes in for the HOA and moves them with a truck to a place that they can be serviced at the time needed and then moved back for the residents.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so let's move on to the land use change required, which is page, put my glasses on. Packet page 22. No, is that right? No, that's the wrong page. Packet page 20. Project includes a comprehensive plan land use map amendment. Commissioner Chang? All right, we did all the easy things first because I think this is where it's the hardest for me, especially with housing element fresh in my mind. And it's housing has been the discussion almost every single night here at the PTC. So it's hard to know what, again, we don't know what happened behind closed doors. We don't know what the financial risk was to the city or the legal risk to the city. I can only guess that, this was an effort to come up with something better than the SB 330 development, but I don't know in what way. In other words, was it with the goal of preserving the historic resource, which it turns out is not really different necessarily from the SB 330 development to this proposal. And so I struggled with it because I looked at this, RM30 zoning for decades and then looked at how much housing production we were getting in this situation. And it seems, I did some quick calculations and it doesn't necessarily seem like it's a net positive for us. It's a positive for us relative to the current SB 330 proposal for just that portion of the parcel. But the SB 330 proposal doesn't also say we're going to preserve all of this office for the future. And so so the land use designation change is the part that I struggle the most with. And I can go through my calculations, but they're kind of rough because of because the financial analysis had pretty large ranges. But if Soprado is receiving a benefit of 25 to 34 million, and the city is receiving a benefit of 37 million, although by my calculations, it was closer to 29 because I couldn't understand how we came up with 37. It means that there's a value of around 3 to 12 million on the financial side. Now, then we have to look at the housing side because as Commissioner Templeton had mentioned, there's value to generating both market value housing units as well as affordable units. And so our base case, as I looked at it, would be essentially no office,
eventually when all the grandfathered use goes away. And then what would actually likely be RM40 rather than RM30, because in our housing element process, everything was upzoned from 30 to 40. And this particular parcel was just not even included on the housing element because of this pipeline proposal. And so when I do the calculations, this is why I was trying to understand how many acres could actually be used for development of housing. But if we have 14.65 acres, and then we have to subtract out a couple acres, I think my calculation was 3 acres for park approximately. And then we do, 40 units. It comes out to, I think, 446 units of housing that we would get. And the 15% of that would be required by our laws to be inclusionary housing. So for sure with this proposal, so 15% of that would be 67 BMR. And this proposal would allow us to have 100-ish units BMR at theoretically deeper affordability than the 67 that we would otherwise get. But we're only getting 74 townhomes. And so my concern is is this value of, $3 to $12 million that the city is getting worth the fact that we're getting like 175 units of housing versus 446 units of housing. And that seems like a big question in my mind. Furthermore, if the base case was actually that we would have no jobs, because with 175 units of housing and using the figures that Sobrato gave us last time, I think that comes out to about 500 employees, 500 jobs that we're allowing to continue on here. And if you assume 1.8 people per household, that means it's 266 households worth of people that we need to house as a result of having these 500 jobs. And if we're creating 175 units of housing, it's negative 91 units of housing with the jobs housing calculation, the jobs housing imbalance. So my calculations, and I know it's hard to show because I didn't, this is my chicken scratch, but we're basically saying it's negative 91 units of housing versus 446 if we had this as RM40. And that is concerning to me. I'm not sure how good of a deal that is. But again, I don't know what was at stake. And I would way rather. So my concern is that it doesn't appear that we're going to be conserving this historical resource. And I don't know how you value partially preserving it. Right. We know that it won't be on the register of historic places, but if we're not able to partially preserve it, then that building could be razed in the future. For many hundreds of units of housing. And I think if it's going to be raised, I'd rather have all that housing. So that's my concern about this overall deal and overall rezoning of all of this RM30 and what would be RM30 RM30 is really RM40 based on how we were treating it for the housing element. So my concern is about taking all of this RM30 and turning it into CS or other non-residential, because it's just the opposite of everything that we struggle to do every single night here at the PTC. And then furthermore, we're taking a giant lot and splitting it into multiple lots. And we were just talking about programs in our housing element to incentivize lot consolidation. So it's we're going backwards, and I'm really concerned about that. Those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Templeton? Oh, Jonathan? Mr. Late? Sorry.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just turned on my camera because I didn't know if you wanted some staff response to some of those comments. I'm hearing, I see you nodding through the camera, so I'll continue. So I appreciate the challenge that the commissioners are going through. You know, the ad hoc discussions, you know, can't discuss everything that took place in that in those conversations, but I want to sort of recognize the struggle and maybe just offer some additional information to let you know that there were a variety of development concepts that were explored. And I think that the concept that got sort of settled on and which is more refined for you this evening is one that reflected the parties' sort of interests in the trade-offs that took place. And even if we imagine a larger apartment development taking place at that site, it may not achieve the same benefits to the property owner that another proposal would. And at the end of the day, I think what the city and the commission and its recommendation ultimately to the city council has to weigh is the SB 330 project that is, we know is on file, and sort of the state laws and the rules that govern that. And the alternative, if that project goes forward or doesn't, if this project goes forward or doesn't, if the city has an interest in seeing a different type of development, it's still going to take many years, decades to see that realized because of the existing non-conforming improvements on the site. We'd have to amortize the property, and that will take some time to get through that. So we're presented with one project, which is the SB 330 project. We are presented with this alternative, which the city receives a number of benefits that you've discussed. And while we can imagine other scenarios, the one that is before you is the one that was the parties sort of winnowed it down and found most agreeable. So it doesn't answer your question and maybe satisfy all those components, but I wanted to let you know that there were a variety of considerations, development concepts that were explored and considered.
So I guess my one concern is that I think that at the time that this, again, I can't be the one to weigh this because I'm not privy to whatever was being weighed. But my concern is that staff made it pretty clear that would be able to be preserved. And right, I'm not even sure if at the time of this was all cobbled together that we knew that the remainder was not eligible for the registry. But do we know that?
Yeah. So let me, if I may, speak to that just a little bit. So this is an area where there's been some learning along the way, and I think Claire had spoken to it well earlier. There's a couple of things that make this this site special. One that we can visually see is the building and the monitor roofs, and we can imagine sort of the history that took place in the canning operation at that location. And the building itself has some value, but the site also has value as the location for where these things have taken place and this activity took place and who started it all. So when we were in our conversations, there was first of all, I want to acknowledge that the city ad hoc representatives, Vice Mayor Koo and Councilmember Du Bois, strongly advocated for the historic aspects and recognition of the building. And in the course of our conversations, there was a sort of desire to one, reconcile the fact that, and I don't know the exact percentage, but I'll say a third of the existing building was going to be demolished for the townhome development. And the remainder we talked about being renovated in a way that would be consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. And I think perhaps in retrospect, we needed to really parse that out a little bit more specifically. And as we delved further into the analysis, and this is more recently, it became clear that you just can't demolish that much of a building and still have it qualify as being consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. But at the same time, we knew that there was going to be some renovation of the building. And when we were talking about this renovation of the building, we talked about it as being, okay, if the building were still consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards, we'd want the new work to also be consistent with that. We wanted to reflect we wanted to have the building be renovated and modified in a way that would have respected the overall integrity of the building. So we wanted to keep the monitor roofs. That was a component that we thought was important. The materials needed to reflect the existing materials on the building. The windows, how they were placed, being able to see the bow truss system on the inside of the building. This is what we were talking about in these meetings as being the architecturally significant components that we were going to retain. Even now, in retrospect, even if that made it, now we're saying, it takes it off of the California register, but these building components were the things that we were looking at as being of value to the city. And when you couple that with the interpretive concept and the using the outdoor spaces adjacent to the remainder of the cannery building and possibly the park as opportunities to further celebrate Thomas Funchu and his legacy at this site, we saw those as all contributing factors that would achieve the city's interest, the community's interest in recognizing the historic integrity of the site. And so what we found out most recently, and Claire spoke to this, is that when the building was to be renovated, we found out that it required more demolition than we realized. We thought it was going to be renovated similar to how Global Playground was renovated. But we've learned that the construction of that portion of the building is different than the construction of these other portions of the building. And Claire spoke to this, and there was a fair question about the California that even a rehabilitation for residential use or some of the other concepts that the NVCAP working group had considered likely would still render the building not consistent with the California standard for listing. And we need to vet that out further so that we can share that with the commission and the community. But that's our perspective, at least at this moment, is that even if we did nothing to the building but wanted to adaptively reuse it, it would probably run into some issues. We're also exploring the local designation, as you've already discussed. So we know that this is an important issue for the community and for the commission as well in your deliberation of this. But that's kind of where we find ourselves at this moment. And happy to expand, although I don't know that I can expand much more. I feel like I've given you everything I know about it right now.
I think I understand the trade-off. It's, do we do this or do we do the SB 330 project? And my question about okay, so maybe like when I do these housing calculations, to me, it seems like the SB 330 project is better in terms of housing production on other parts of the parcel that we're saying are going to stay as office, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like we're saying goodbye in doing but we're preserving some of the cannery. We don't really know how much. We don't know if it will be able to be preserved kind of in perpetuity. We just don't know because we don't know how much we can protect it. And so that's where I have a question about, like, okay, I'm not a HRB person, but we're already, so it's not going to be eligible for the state historic register. That's in either scenario. So then the question is, how much is, 400 units of additional housing worth? Is it worth preserving the cannery? It's not necessarily a decision for me to make, but I think it's something that it's important to raise here. And because of how hard it is to get housing and because of the site is so precious, it's so big, and the building itself, the cannery itself is acres. It's acres large. So I think that's the question that I'm raising. And by rezoning the rest of the parcel to something else, because if you look at the map on page, where'd it go? 80 something. It's a color picture that shows like the current zoning and then the new zoning. You can see how much of it we're reducing to RM40. And so that's just that's what I hesitate on. And I can only go back. I can only say, okay, city council, back to you. Like, now that you know all of this, is this still what you would want to do? It doesn't seem like me personally, doesn't seem like the greatest deal given our housing and jobs challenges in the city.
One just quick comment on that, just because we might again envision a 300, 400 unit development at that site. If we went with the 340 and we kept the other one at the RM30 or RM40 zoning, doesn't mean that we would get it. It would have to prove to be an economically viable benefit to the developer to tear down what's there now and build that. And I don't believe that's a viable scenario today. Maybe after we amortize the property and 2 decades pass and the building and the uses have to be abated, maybe then that becomes more attractive. And so it's the trade-off for what you have now versus what you may gain in the future. But yeah, thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair, for giving me the opportunity to
just say one more thing. There just is one more thing where I understand. So we've been talking about, much smaller parcels of, say, half an acre or less than half an acre. And we've been talking about, okay, could we increase the height here? Could we do all these things to put a lot more housing on it? If we were willing to do those same concessions on this parcel, maybe it would be economically viable. And that's the question that I really wonder about. Because again, we don't have many places in the city, well, Stanford Research Park aside, where we could do something like this. There's just so much potential here. And I understand this is 74 units of housing now. Who knows when the 100 affordable units. I'm just saying is 74 units now, plus some preservation of historical, worth like potentially hundreds of units. And I don't know how to make that decision, but I'm not sure that city council, when in their negotiations, had all that information either. So my short, what I would say is it doesn't seem like a good idea to me. I would still vote to advance it. That's my bottom line.
Okay. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you so much. I'm dying over here. These are, you got 3 people on this commission who are on the NVCAP, and I'm sure we all have something to say in response. But the first thing is just like Director Late said, is just to acknowledge, yeah, great. These are good brainstorming, ideas that you're sharing. And I think we all of those who were involved in the MVCAP, especially our co-chair here, wished we could have gotten more out of this site. Right. So you're not off base. You're absolutely on point. What's challenging is we weren't able to negotiate, and this is just restating a little bit in a different way what Director Late said. We weren't able to negotiate something that the property owner would agree to. Okay, so to be more pointed about your comments regarding the zoning is theoretical housing. It's not there yet, and it may never be there, and there's no guarantee it'll be there, and we can't coerce the property owner into doing something with it that they don't want. They own the property. So while, we put this designation on there after it was already being used as retail and office space in hopes that it would become housing, and it never did. So this is the first time we have housing proposed in this site that we're making traction on. So it is unfortunate and it's frustrating. It's complicated by the whole historical thing that came up, and it really derailed the conversation because we had to wait and find out information on something that we hadn't really understood until it was brought up during the MVCAP process. So, you're right to be thinking about it, to ask these questions. The timing is bad. We tried with some variations on what we can do to get more housing there. We had 3 or 5 or 7 by the end, different versions of how do we get more housing on this site. So it's not that it hasn't been explored, it's that it is not agreeable to the parties. So that said, I trying to remember exactly what the
It was the comp plan land use change.
Thank you. The comp plan land use change is, it looks like we're swapping some out, areas where we could have had theoretically more housing, and we're putting areas of housing where it wasn't before. So I'm not terribly discouraged by it. It is unfortunate, but I don't think I would stop this project on the basis of these proposed zoning changes. So over to you, NVCAPers.
Actually, I think Commissioner Heckman was next.
Yeah, I can wait. I don't want to break the NVCAP flow here. So why don't I hold?
Nothing to break. I would like to point out there's 2 aspects to the land use map amendment. That is the 3 different designations of land use, not zoning, that are being asked for, and whether there should be an increase for non-residential FAR in service commercial, for non-residential FAR in service commercial in PC projects. So those are specific things. So I think we got so caught up in the moment because of Commissioner Chang's beautiful thoughts that we forgot. So the ask for the land use amendment is to redesignate the commercial portions of the cannery, which is the cannery parcel, S Street parcel, and the Audi parcel, from multifamily residential to service commercial. And then to redesignate the city parcel to major institution special facility. How both uses, the park and the hopeful future affordable housing project. And then the second part is to redesignate the little, I don't know what to call it. It's a little triangle, right? Notch at the top that is currently light industrial, which fills in kind of where the big swoop and the little swoop go. There's a little notch there, and to change that to multifamily because it's part of the townhouse now. So there's kind of 4 specific issues that I think staff would like direction on.
You're welcome to speak to it. I'm okay with it. Like
And we'll move on to Commissioner Heckman.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll jump in. You're such a
Right.
gentleman. I'll try not to repeat the rant. It was a very good rant, and I agree with most of it. So I'll try but I do understand that if you change the zoning, it's going to be 20 years before you get the housing. We're talking about a lot of housing, and we're changing the zoning. So we're going from 500 units of housing in 20 years till never having housing here. And that we're so close to the train station, it just seems wrong. So I would say to council, okay, I'll vote and move it on, but are you sure? Is this the best deal that you think? Because 500 units of housing means a lot to the city. And I just wonder whether, the numbers that Commissioner Chang quoted, they're pretty stark, because you not only are losing 500 units of housing, and maybe more if you give them density exceptions. With a housing density program, they probably could really put far more than 500 there. But then you're also having jobs there that's going to be the negative. It's going to require housing, and you go from a housing opportunity site to a housing deficit site. So, I mean, there are some good things. We're getting some, last meeting, we looked at those tiny micro units, and we need a variety of units around the city. And here, these are family size units. So that's good. We have the money or with the land that potentially down the road will be affordable housing, hopefully, but we can't fully fund that. So it's not really, they're not giving us affordable housing. They're giving us potential for affordable housing. And the park, and if you were naturalizing it, I'm worried about being able to afford that too. So there's a lot of potential here. We're giving up a lot of housing, and that just seems wrong, so close to the train station. But as Commissioner Chang said, we weren't in the room, and we don't know the whole story. The council is the ones who make the rules, and they endorse this, and there are some good things about it. And so I'll be voting to push it on, and I will grudgingly accept the change in zoning. But it makes me uncomfortable.
Did you want to talk about the land use issues, or I don't?
Oh, I mean, the land, you're just talking about changing the zoning?
No, it's land use.
Oh, well, it's effectively the same thing, right?
No. Packet page 20. Land use is different than zoning. But
we're changing the comp plan to be consistent with this new plan. And so if I'm endorsing.
No, actually, we're not changing. The zoning is going to be PC for the areas except for the area dedicated to the city.
But the comp plan change is consistent with this.
That's a zoning, no, because the comp plan change and land use change that are being requested are different than the zoning.
Correct, but I'm saying that the comp plan changes are consistent with this design.
Correct. Yeah, it's all of the rezoning as well as the comp plan amendments are to, legalize what's being proposed.
Am I missing some subtlety?
Yes.
Maybe I'm missing some of the.
Well, so it's the 4 items I mentioned before.
Mm-hmm.
So changing the land use, the underlying land use under the zoning of the cannery and the other 2 R&D sites to service commercial. And there's no need to change it to that to have a PC. And the land use, we could leave it residential multifamily and they could have a PC that said they could have commercial. No?
I think we should have maybe the city attorney can address that inconsistency between zoning and general plan.
Right. So the commercial land uses on the site that are existing today are not consistent with the underlying land use.
No, I know.
So if we want to allow those to stay, we need to change the land use as well as the zoning of that site.
Okay, so it's a question if it should be changed to
Well-
these three specific land uses.
Quick question. What would happen if we didn't change the comp plan?
If we didn't change the comp plan,
Yeah, we allow, suppose we say we'll approve this PC zone, but we're not changing the comp plan.
you wouldn't be allowed to do that because the zoning would be inconsistent with the comp plan.
Okay.
I didn't know that applied to PCs. It's not actually in the code that way, so I wasn't sure. And then the other question though is if we should change it to allow non-residential PCs, FAR to increase in percentage for PCs. So those are kind of specific ideas. If you want to think about that, I can go to Commissioner Heckman, or if you want to just. This was, the only reason I'm pushing this is because one thing in pre-meeting that staff really wanted to hear about.
Okay, so the non-residential gross floor area exceeds the 0.4 FAR.
As a result of subdivisions.
And so we would have to, oh, yeah, because we're losing some of the area. Yes, I understand that.
So it's an addition to the current definition that allows in service commercial zones for planned communities to exceed the current FAR limit for non-residential.
Yeah. So to clarify, so when we originally came to the Planning Commission, we recognized that if we wanted this to be a service commercial land use designation, which would align it with, we felt like that was the most appropriate commercial use to utilize because it aligns with the other land use designations around the area. I can bring up a little map too that was in your report. We propose the idea that we recognize that definition of that service commercial land use designation specifies that it can't exceed 0.4 FAR, which would be an issue, so it wouldn't work for this site because it exceeds that 0.4. When we return to you, we propose to add that language of both the word generally as well as the wording related to the PC to make it more limited in terms of how it could potentially affect other developments. So if a developer wanted to come in and now do more commercial use, they'd have to get Planning Commission and council approval through a PC process in order to do that, which makes it, virtually impossible unless they get the those discretionary approvals. So,
Commissioner Ekdahl, do you want to say anything or?
If council has to approve that, then I don't see the risk. So I'm inclined to support that.
Okay. Commissioner Heckman?
Okay, so here on packet page 20, it seems like we have 4 items that are kind of in play. There's the 3 bullets, and then there's this additional comp plan text amendment to, may exceed the threshold, that language. So it seems to me like I don't think that, I haven't heard any commissioners have an issue with the second bullet, which is changing the comp plan to take the land that's coming to the city, the 3.25 acres, and give that a new designation. Anybody say that's a bad idea? Similarly, with the last bullet, redesignation from light industrial to multifamily residential, that node that Vice Chair Suma was talking about, I haven't heard anybody say that's a bad idea. And I think that perhaps the bulk of Commissioner Chang's math and re-envisioning, that really relates to this first bullet. It's this area that we're going to take from multifamily residential and move it to a service commercial designation, when I think Commissioner Cheng's idea was we may actually want to think about higher densities, residential densities there, rather than moving that to service commercial. And I want to come back to that one last. And then the fourth one is this new language may exceed this 0.4 threshold in a planned community zone. So I'm fine with the second bullet. I'm fine with the third bullet. I'm fine with this comp plan text amendment to may exceed this threshold in a PCZ, because I think that language has been, it's part of this deal, because the only reason that we need to talk about this addition, this language, is because they're giving us 3.25 acres, which reduces their non-residential gross floor area to a point where they can't achieve what they could before. So we're getting a benefit of that parkland, and so I'm okay with that. So now I want to look at this first bullet, and to do that, I got a few questions. First, a couple for staff. One, because I didn't bring my draft EIR with me tonight. Can staff remind me, in alternative 2, which was the adaptive reuse of the cannery for residential, was there a unit count that was associated with that?
There was, let me look for that. Hold on.
Or if any of the commissioners remember, I can't remember what that number was.
Just inside the cannery?
Yeah, well, that adaptive reuse alternative 2, I think, was just focused on the cannery building and said, instead of, doing what Sobrato is proposing with this SB 330, if we use the whole thing, I think it said if we use the whole thing just for housing, or maybe it was only that 84,000 square feet. But I think it was the whole thing, the adaptive reuse.
The only number I have is the
Adaptive reuse.
221 for the lot.
The adaptive reuse explored the idea of using the entire existing
Yeah, that's
cannery
my memory.
building. Sorry, hold on one second. Alternatives analysis.
Well, so while you're looking for that, let me just ask Commissioner Cheng, again, it's kind of hard to follow your math, but I tried. So the first question is I thought there was like a 440 unit number, roughly.
Right, so it's 446.
446, okay, and was that in addition to the 149 that the development agreement project proposes between the
No.
74? That's inclusive of
Yeah.
all, okay. All right. So it's roughly 300 more units, right? Than the.
Well, I think we're talking, you mean the
149 compared to 446.
149 compared to, so the 149 you're getting is
The
from,
149 is the development agreement deal. It's 74 market unit plus land on which the city will eventually build 75 more affordable houses.
got it. And
149.
I've heard numbers thrown about that are higher than that. So like maybe even 175. So sure,
Okay,
149.
all right, so it's about 300. All right, and then in that 300 units, it doesn't sound like, since you don't know the number, you were kind of relying on this. Like maybe you were just scraping it and building
Potentially
density. Okay.
potentially scraping it, because I think that's my question. It's like,
Yeah.
how worth it, city council? Like really, is it to preserve this building?
Okay, so whatever number.
That's not actually being preserved and may not ever be able to be preserved in the future.
All right, so it sounds like whatever that adaptive, did you find it?
It was 281 residential.
Because it sounds
unit.
like the adaptive reuse number is kind of bogus, right? It doesn't sound like we could actually do that to this building and actually preserve it.
Well, right, because I think it goes up an extra floor, right?
It identifies it as still a significant and unavoidable impact on a historic resource.
Yeah.
Right. So if you can't preserve it, why
Right.
not build a heck of a lot of housing?
Right. Okay. All right. And then in your 446 unit development, how many park acres were there in this 14 acres?
So if I did
Did you
that.
figure that out?
Yeah, we did. We figured that there were,
So 446 is 1.15 times 40. So that means there's 3.5 acres
yeah,
of park.
3.5 acres, which is a little overestimate in terms of the number of people, like in terms of the parkland requirement. But it's a conservative estimate.
Okay.
It also,
And there's also easements and all that stuff, but theoretically the parkland could come from the easements.
I just want to bring up the TDM concerns from earlier tonight.
With you mean the
If you're gonna
additional
triple the
traffic from
yeah.
446 units? Okay. And okay, my next question, go ahead.
I mean, I'll just note, I have to find the 221 was identified as the realistic capacity based on a 12.9 acre site. So this is an amalgamation of I think 5 different parcels or maybe 6 different parcels that makes up this 14.65.
So the 221, I believe, was based when this was zoned RM30, right? And like I said, the housing, were no SB 330 proposal in place, the housing element would have taken this site and zoned it RM40. And so I think that the 221 capacity also relies on adaptive reuse rather than scraping the lot.
No, I don't know that it does.
Okay. I don't know. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that for sure. Yeah.
All right. So my next question of staff is we've got, and again, I think the environmental documents talk about 74 plus 75, 149. When we're looking at parkland per resident, how do we figure out if those 149 units get built, how do we figure out what's the formula to figure out how many residents are represented in those units? Do we have that number?
Sorry, you're trying to understand how many residents would be represented in that number of units. Are you trying to understand for the purposes of the parks or for the purposes of the TDM?
Parks.
For
we've got-
parks, it's based on the unit. So it would be a certain fee or it would be a certain amount per unit if it's a condominium style. It would be based on like the
So
parcels.
it's supposed to be 0.65 acres though. That's what they would have given us.
It would be 300 and I think it's 366. Hold on, this is what we.
Well, actually, I think I don't want to mislead the dialogue here. The SB 330 project is 91 units and we get 0.625 acres, something like that, 0.63 acres, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right? The development agreement project is 149 units, I believe, and we get, actually, I'm not sure how we calculate it, but we get 2.25 acres of park, right? So it's actually fewer, if you don't include the housing, which is built on one of the acres, we're getting, 2.25 acres for 74 units, plus another acre to build housing on, right? And so when we look at our standard of 4 acres per 1,000 residents, which the 74 units or the 149 and figure out how we're doing compared to that 4 per 1,000 ratio. Has that math been done?
I see what you mean. No, that math
Okay.
hasn't been
All right.
done. Yeah.
All right. So I think as this project moves forward, since we're talking about these desirable ratios, that would be a useful piece of information. But one of the things that is, not tonight, but one of the things that I guess I'm struck with in the sort of high density math that Commissioner Chang has done is we're tripling the number of units from roughly 149, but we're not tripling the parkland from 2.25 to, that would be 6.75. And and this takes us back to the NVCAP discussions, which I was only part of on the PTC, but I remember the passion and importance of adequate parks per person kind of concept. And so this is one of the concerns I have in kind of looking at the high density version of this is we don't get those parks. The other couple of concerns I have are this PTC recommended kind of a high density vision for this North Ventura area, and the council, you know, went in a low density direction, right? And so I think that ship sailed. And so, I mean, I agree with the concept that we should be pursuing high density. I voted for that option 3B, I think it was, whatever, and it was financially feasible. But that's not the direction that our current plan has. And so that's a concern of mine. And the other concern I have is that realizing that goal of 446 units is not going to happen in the next RENA. It's not going to happen in the RENA after that. And I don't know if it'll happen in the RENA after that, because first of all, we have increased the value of office in our town by declining to build any more of it, right? And so the people that have it are going to preserve it. They're going to hold on to it as much as they can. And this amortization concept, which has been in the law for a while, it's not often tried, and where it is highly litigious, because you're usually trying to get rid of something that's really valuable to somebody. And so I don't know how long it would take before we could actually clear the property of office or R&D or mechanics and actually get that housing built. So I'm supportive of that first bullet, to make this project that's described in the development agreement as going to be modestly modified in various ways. But to make that a reality, I think we have to do that first bullet. So I'm supportive of that.
Can a PC, I forget this, I should know this, but can a PC exceed the FAR?
Yeah, so the PC can set the development standards
That's
for
what I
the
thought.
zoning of
Okay,
the site.
so when it comes to the land use, I am, as predicted by my colleague, Commissioner Heckman, fine with bullets 2 and 3. I do not think rezoning the CS is a deal breaker for me. And I'll tell you why, because CS is not consistent with the uses around here. It's consistent with El Camino and some areas down near 101. And then the outlier one, which is where the Mercedes project is going to be in the Baylands, which was really a mistake, in my opinion. If this has to be I would only be comfortable with CN, which is much more appropriate, interior to the neighborhood, right next to an R1 neighborhood. CS is far too intensive. CS by definition relies on people to get to it by cars. And I don't think that's what we want here. That is a deal breaker for me, and I don't want to exceed the non-residential FAR in the paragraph below as the amendment, because I don't think we have to do it to allow this PC if that's what we end up wanting to do. So those two are just absolute deal breakers for me. And I wanted to ask, I mean, in addition to the PC, which is really a gift to an applicant, you know, and we're getting a gift back, I understand that, but rezoning at CS is a huge gift for perpetuity. Is there a way to condition the zone change to expire when the development agreement expires and go back to residential,
So
multifamily?
we're not proposing to rezone to CS. We're proposing to rezone to a planned community zoning.
No, I mean land use, sorry, I made the same mistake.
So the service commercial land use, is there a way for it to go back? I mean, I think that's the same question as we had earlier, and I don't know the answer in terms of if they were to fulfill all of the terms of the agreement, you know, could we come back at a later date and rezone a property? I'm not sure if we can. I'm not sure that we would, because then it would become inconsistent with the
Right, so
zoning.
this will then go from being the great hope for 3 decades of having this change to, I didn't mean it as a joke. Change to multifamily residential, and we will now have upzoned it to a very intensive commercial zone that is inconsistent with an interior to the neighborhoods. It's a much more intense zone than CN. I cannot accept that. I really can't. And I'm sorry to say that because it sounds like I'm doubting the work of the applicant and staff and the council, but I'm really not doubting it. I just don't feel good about that change. So
is, could we just simply change the land use to be service, what is it? Commercial neighborhood?
That's a possibility, but it still isn't, you know, multifamily residential. And what we wanted it to be was, as Commissioner Chang pointed out, RM40. And I also wanted to, Commissioner Heckman reminded me of something when he brought up Edgewood Plaza and the change that had to happen, because when they opened the buildings up, which is a problem with renovating, it's kind of a mystery as opposed to building something new and can be very expensive, that they had to change some of the plans. That's not what happened, actually. They tore down a building that they weren't supposed to, and they got a big fine, but you can't replace that building. And I'm really worried about the new findings from the applicant, and I'm not doubting them. I mean, you know, but I'm really worried that that is a slippery slope to that portion, the monitor roof portion of the building, not Playground Global, the company, I think is their name. I'm really worried that we're going to get to the point with this where the building, that portion of the building cannot be saved. And if we promise them that that's going to be commercial at a very high FAR commercial, and they can't save the building, where are we and how have we come out ahead? And I'm also extremely uncomfortable with the fact that I do not think the council, all of them, I can't speak for them, but I do not think they realized what was going on with the historic status. And I personally do not feel that the renderings that I've seen now do justice to the historic status of the building. They just play too much with the idioms, but that's something the ARB can opine on, and I'm not an architect. Advancing this along, which is not a bad idea to advance it, but some of these things I just can't accept. And the CS zone is the most egregious. And I don't think anything's going to stop this project from going through the process, but I don't think I can at this point support it we are exchanging the great hope of 3 decades of multifamily housing in this area for something that will likely change it to office for the rest of the time until some well-meaning council changes the zoning, and then the same thing will happen that happened here. We just keep letting the non-conforming use stay. And I have nothing against office buildings and developers. I just think we have enough of that, especially right now in this climate where we don't even understand vacancies, either residential or commercial, and we don't understand whether the work from home, which has greatly impacted this city, is going to stay at the high levels it is right now. It's increased in the Bay Area up to, in some cities, up to 50% from 2019, I believe it was, from the community survey data. So I don't know, but I see that Commissioner Templeton wants to speak.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking about how do we move forward and how do we take into account your concerns, and wondering if you wanted to make maybe a small ad hoc, you and Commissioner Reckdahl, to work on some zoning possibilities before it comes back to us. Would that be something we could include in a motion, that like we could have some options? It looks like what we're being presented with is one option and you don't like it. What if you guys sat down with staff and came up with a couple of options about the land use?
Well, I don't want to redo the work of the city council that is elected to do that job. I don't think that's my role, but thank you.
Well, it was just a thought of how to get you on board, because I know we sometimes have to move ahead with motions without you, and I wanted to see if we could find a way to come to an agreement. Are you saying not interested in that?
I'm not interested in, I think it would be redoing the council's hard, I'm sure that was a really hard process, and staff, and I don't wish to redo that. And I also feel that I don't think the retail space is adequate. I think it's a little tiny, it's so tiny looking in the building, and it's not a bad thing, but it doesn't make a significant impact. And I'm really worried about the length of time it's going to take to get us this housing and the status of the now more deteriorating portion of the building and the CS zone. It just is not appropriate in this location, in my opinion.
Well, that's
land use, not zone, land use.
That's why I was suggesting if it's not appropriate, would you be willing to come back and work with staff on something that was appropriate? And you're saying no because you disagree with council, which is okay, right? We all disagree with things at times.
I'm never against working with staff or any other group, but I just think I think it has to go through the process, but I don't think I can support it. That's all.
Okay, so is it time for a motion?
I would accept motions unless somebody else has a comment.
I have one question for staff.
Okay.
If we go back to packet page 20 and look at this first bullet, which Doria's, or I should say Vice Chair Suma is concerned about, what other options do we have other than service commercial for that land use?
Sure. So in the previous staff report to the Planning Commission, we had outlined another option, which was to consider doing mixed use. Sorry, hold on. Let me find. Yeah. So we considered that, and I think that it could be an option. It's the mixed use designation. I don't know if you'd like me to read what it says. The mixed use designation is intended to promote pedestrian-oriented places that layer compatible land uses, public amenities, and utilities together at various scales and intensities. The designation allows for multiple functions within the same building or adjacent to one another in the same general vicinity to foster a mix of uses that encourages people to live, work, play, and shop in close proximity. Most typically, mixed-use developments have retail on the ground floor and residences above. The category includes live, work, retail office, residential retail, and residential office developments. FARs will range up to 1.15, although development located along transit corridors or near multimodal centers will range up to 2.0 FAR, with up to 3.0 FAR possible, where higher FAR would be an incentive to meet community goals such as providing affordable housing. The FAR above 1.15 must be used for residential purposes. FAR between 0.5 and 1.15 may be used for residential purposes. As of the adoption of this comprehensive plan, the mixed-use designation is currently only applied in the south of Forest area. Consistent with the comprehensive plan's encouragement of housing near transit centers, higher density multifamily housing may be allowed in specific locations. And I will note that as I was researching that, I could not find the mixed use in the SOFA area. The reason we explored the service commercial over this option was because when you look at the development agreement as a whole, I think it could fit into this, but we're also parsing up the parcels and each one has its own designation. And so when you do that, we thought that maybe it would make more sense to do service commercial FAR and residential land uses, et cetera.
So I have a really basic question. Why does it matter? Right? We have zoning, and this PC zoning is going to be there until council pulls it. That's the only way PC zoning can disappear. So
yeah,
how does that change? How does the land use that we designate, whether it's mixed use or whether it's surface commercial, how does that affect what could be built there?
It affects what could be proposed in the future. So do
we have to worry about by right issues?
I don't think so. If you have a planned community zoning, it's pretty specific that you have to follow the development plan, but I guess it would mean it would be a slight difference in terms of what uses, like if somebody was to come in and ask for a rezoning of the site to a new planned community or to revert back to one of our standard zonings, then anything that they proposed at that site would have to be consistent with the underlying comprehensive plan land use designation. Otherwise, they would have to do a new land use designation change or.
But regardless, it takes council action to do any of this.
It takes council action to do anything. I think the only reason we went with the service commercial is because it's consistent with all the, most of the land use around that. And because it made more sense when you looked at the individual parcels.
I know for SB 330, if your density in your comp plan is higher than your zoning, you by right get the higher zoning of the comp plan. Is there any case where something like that could come through where we have some underlying land use and an applicant can use that by right because of some state law?
Theoretically, yes. And with housing, yes. Currently, we've only seen that with housing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Would anyone like to make?
Question, observation I have for staff is when this first came to us in the study session on October 26th, we had had a chance to review the draft development agreement, and I had provided a series of edits, potential edits for staff's consideration. When I look at the version of the development agreement that's in our staff packet, I don't see that any of those changes were made, not even the ones where there was a clear error. So all that tells me is staff hasn't had an opportunity yet to consider those suggested changes. And so I just wanted to remind you, as you move this process forward, please do take a look at those. Some of them are stylistic, but a few of them are just technically wrong and need to be fixed.
Yeah, yeah. They just haven't had an opportunity.
Understood. Understood. So I would like to move the staff recommendation to submit to the ARB a request to review this project and all of the elements described in the title of this action. With staff in its staff report to the ARB, conveying to them the consensus views of the PTC as to those items, if any, which are really within the ARB's purview, because not all of these topics I think are. So that would be my motion.
I'll second.
Do you want to speak to your motion or second?
No, thank you.
I think we have seriously covered it all, so I think we're good.
Okay, then I'll just ask for the vote to be called, please.
Yes. Commissioner Templeton?
Ooh, I get to go first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar?
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
Grudgingly, yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Equally grudgingly, yes.
And Vice Chair Suma?
I'll just be a full-on grudge and say no, and it's largely based on, well, I'll speak to that later.
Okay, motion passes 5-1.
And I will allow myself to speak to my no vote. And that is because I sensed that this was going to pass and move along, and we may find out more about this in the months that go, and the project may improve greatly, and I hope it does, but permanently changing that to an intense service commercial land use and is just too much in addition to everything else for me. But I wish, as the process goes forward, I wish applicant very well, and I wish staff all the best for the great work they did, especially for being so responsive. Commissioner Chang mentioned it, but in adding additional information in the staff report. Okay, I think that's not our last item. I think we have minutes to approve. So let me find that.
May I move approval of the October 26, 2022 draft summary meeting minutes as revised?
Yes, and do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, and could you call the vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Templeton?
Oh, I'm first again. Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar?
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma?
No. I mean, yes, sorry.
Force of habit.
Force of habit.
Motion passes 6-0.
I was reading something. Okay, so now it's time for any commissioner questions, announcements, or future agenda items. Would anyone like to speak? Yes.
Thank you. I would just, the public can't see it, but I would like to welcome our new PTC clerk, Veronica Dow, who is taking over the reins from Medina, who's moved to another role in the clerk's office apparently. So PTC.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Any other lights? And I will just adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.